All right, all right. Yeah, I know. Sorry, guys. Danil is acting sick again. He'll probably be okay. Just, it's a little kitten, so. He's down by my feet right now. He's chilling. Hope he's all right. Yeah, he's just a little vomity. Um, Danil, you okay, bubby? Your brain still cooked? Oh, he stopped shaking for now, at least, so that's nice. What do you feed him? Food. He don't have a fever, right? No, no. It's not a fever. I think it's just like some kind of tummy hurt disease. I have to assume it's something like that. Does he have any allergies? He's 5 days old. I don't think so. Your anti-fans are everywhere. They're so annoying. Yeah, well, What is this? Somebody linked? Finster watches Vosh make a stupid Wait, what? Did Finn react to me like errantly saying he's probably taking E? Why is everyone mad about that? What the hell? Yes? Okay. They weren't aggressive though? Okay. The fans were aggressive. Finster is the only femboy. I hope you guys know there's like a 99.9% chance that Finster, at the very least, is on estrogen. I'm not saying Finster isn't a guy, but Finster got some smooth skin, and their HRT femboy is a real thing, all right? I'm just saying.
Okay, no offense, but absolutely colossal skill issue, Vorsh. I'm so sorry. Listen,
Holy shit, it's so loud. Hold on. Oh my god.
salicylic acid, cleanser, fucking niacinamide, reduces like acne and shit, like a good moisturizer, shave, B22.
This is actually more feminizing than taking estrogen. It's like, hey, listen, I'm not taking girl juice, okay? This is just my 18-part skincare moisturization routine. It's like, well, okay, combined, all of those are basically just double estrogen, so I don't know what the difference is. Yeah, that's the real E. Unironically though, like, I mean, obviously my skin is nowhere near as smooth as Finn's is. Still pretty smooth. And it's literally just like apply moisturizer every once in a while and either wear sunscreen or don't go outside. You know? I do all that stuff, my skin's still terrible. Okay, well, I don't know.
I don't know. I'm sorry. Don't like these are just things you may not have heard of.
This is actually the first time I've ever heard Finster's voice. I had no idea Finster wasn't American. I'm kind of offended.
Um, it's absolutely a skill issue, Vosh. I'm so sorry. Having said that, that's fucking retinol. Yeah, that's fucking hilarious. Um, like makeup, that's a thing.
Good debate. Finn is in the latest Philosophy 2 video. Nice. Well, that was fine. Finn's fine. I've never seen anything like disagreeable from Finster. Yeah, loser POV. Well, you might actually notice Finster didn't actually say no. Finster just said like skill issue. I also do all these moisturization. I don't know. Ooh. Very curious. Ooh, curious this is. Linus Tech Tip meme. I think I heard about this. Linus drops the hard R. Okay.
I mean, it's been kind of eye opening. I've just sort of randomly here and there picked up episodes of old shows that I hadn't watched in a long time from like the early 2000s, and just the casual the casual sort of gay humor, casual use of the hard R.
Oh, really?
It's jarring. Yeah, it's jarring now. And
I thought the joke was going to be that like the hard R was a term they euphemistically settled on to describe like I like RAM or something. Like, you know what I mean? Like it'd be like, yeah, I used to drop the hard R like rotocall, but now I say another thing. I don't know. Wait, so by hard R he doesn't mean the N-word, right? He means retard. Yeah. He doesn't mean the N-word. I don't know why we're saying hard R here. Because if you go back in the early 2000s, they say retard a lot. They don't say the N-word. That's not true. Is there a soft version of retard? Yeah, I don't know, like tard? That's why it's like the hard R? Because, like, think about it. Because if you say the hard R with the N-word, it means the R at the end, right? So if you say hard R with retard, where the R is at the beginning, it would imply you drop the beginning. So you would go like tard, right? That has to be, it go like soft T, hard R. Yeah. That makes sense.
Casual use of hard R.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Like okay, it was an episode of American Dad. And it was just
Really?
like, yeah, it wasn't for shock value. It was just like used.
Whoa.
Right? Well, I mean, here's the thing, right? That was in 2003 or something, like 2002.
Yeah.
Like I'm not gonna deny that I dropped my fair share of hard R's back then because we didn't even the term hard R didn't even exist.
He has no idea. He has no clue. Co-host is having a panic attack. Yeah, co-host is going like, wow, okay, all right, I'm gonna be on Twitter tomorrow. Yeah.
We didn't think about it, right? And it's funny because to me, that doesn't feel like that long ago, but to my kids,
Are you talking like N-word hard R?
what? No.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that's-
What? What? No, get your mind out of the gutter, Luke. The N-word. What do you? No. What? No. The N-word. No.
that's how people use that term.
No.
No.
That's
So-
the N-word. What are you guys talking about? Am I mistaken?
I think so.
Holy shit, this is so funny. It's the idea of Linus is like he's so innocent. Was this not a bit? I don't think this is a bit. I just think Linus is like this. That's crazy. Linus must be the actual like only tech guy who doesn't say the N-word. Right? Like, you go to Silicon Valley and these people are chowing down on their N-words like cornflakes for breakfast, you know, and Linus is over here, like the biggest comp guy on YouTube, not knowing.
No, the one with the like for like mental disability.
I'm pretty sure people use hard R in a very different way than you just used it.
He's backpedaling so hard right now. By American Dad, he meant like a really obscure alt-right, like syndicated radio program in one part of Wisconsin or something. Like it's in his head, he was thinking, yeah, man, the early 2000s, they would say the hard R all the time. And in his head, it's all like fucking storefront shit.
Oh. Okay, either
Hard
way.
R means ending
I understand.
the N-word
I
with
understand.
a hard R.
I understand what you mean. No, I'm not talking about that. Okay, cool. So I'm glad that
I'm
we have
freaking
cleared that
Neo.
up.
You can see his entire career flash before his eyes. Oh my god. Luke should have not said anything and just let this float. Luke should have just let this one float. Let Linus do his 3 minutes on how he used to say the hard R like 50 times a day, but he's grown out of it, and just never say anything. Don't clarify. Yeah, let him cook.
Over here, dude. We're dodging bullets. That
Yeah.
was bad.
Okay, yes.
All right.
Thank you for that.
He's been holding his breath this entire time. He just like deep exhale, like.
Right. I forgot about the part where I said, yeah, I just like used it. Yeah, no, actually.
That's what I was like. I was pretty surprised with American Dad, and then you were like, "Yeah, me too." I was like, "Whoa!"
Yeah,
Okay,
no, you've
all
known
right.
me a
Yeah, you can actually when his butthole unclenched, you could actually hear the whoosh of air as the vacuum seal opened up and the air pressure of the room like equalized with his insides, you know, like a audible thwoosh. Oof.
long time.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
And yeah,
never been a problem.
No.
Yeah.
Anywho,
We can breathe. Everything's okay.
cool. So
right.
I hope everyone likes not having a job anymore on Monday, because apparently I'm a giant.
That's very funny. Imagine if all this happened and he got canceled anyway because he said retard a bunch when he was younger, and all like the Zoomers are like, "You said what? What?" It is kind of funny how a lot of young people don't seem to understand. And you guys, and this is one of the reasons why I'm kind of like obstinate on this. It's that if you go back 15 years, not even 15, like 10 years, retard was like the most commonly ubiquitously used word. Because, okay, there was a period of time during which people would say gay in like a casually derogatory way, and that's kind of not the case anymore. Mostly because gay people have reclaimed it, because right now, like, if you go and talk to gay people will stub their toe and be like, that's so fucking gay. That's so fucking gay. But then, like, they'll call things straight in a derogatory way, and the whole thing is basically like like it's lost like semantic weight, basically. People used to say faggot all the time, and now that's not as common anymore. That doesn't happen as much anymore. But like the retard thing was like so ubiquitous. It was all over the place. And now it's just not. But the interesting thing is we've had kind of like social discourse on homophobia, right? Like we've had a broader step forward when it comes to like homosexuality and gender identity roles and blah blah. We haven't really done that with ableism. Like really, we haven't. Back 15 years ago, it was still considered like pretty socially unacceptable to directly make fun of people with mental illnesses. Like even though people said retard all the time, like it wasn't like 15 years ago you could point at somebody who visibly had Down syndrome and go like, "Ah, Downy," and people would all laugh. Like that was still considered a huge dick move back then. So I feel like in terms of ableism, we're not far from where we were 15 years ago. It seems like the only thing that's changed there is the language. Like the underlying level of homophobia, I think, has gone down a lot, and therefore the use of the term faggot, like as a derogatory term, has gone down a lot. But ableism seems to be about the same, which means to me that the less use of retard is just like a language thing. Like it's just a sensitivity thing, or like a we're now more careful with our language thing, but it's not actually like a reconciliation of some previous set of attitudes when it came to neuroatypical people. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? Right? Does that? Yes? Okay. Talk about Silicon Valley Bank. Yeah, we have a lot of stuff to talk about. Also, a guy's coming on at 7 p.m. PT, I think. Yeah, let me confirm that. That's happening, right? Or is that not? Okay, yeah, it is. Okay. We have to read a lot of donos. Normally, I leave this stuff for like towards the end of the stream, but we did a 10-hour marathon stream, and I didn't read the donos because I was so tired at the end. And I said I would, and I will, and I'm going to now. So there you go. And then we'll go over some stuff after. I haven't recovered from last stream. I was chill. I was chilling. Okay. Yeah, we got okay. We'll have to be quick, of course. Koopa Shell sorting algorithm, thanks to tier 1 subs. Amelia, is Haas retarded? And has got a baby peen with the $5 all. Thank you. Red Redstone, thank you for the very kind, very, very kind $40 and $75 donations, respectively. I'm paying you to stop this. I'm a political theory major myself, but Sunday needs to read the room. Haas is so bad faith it goes nowhere. I'm more interesting than this, honestly. Well, I think, ultimately the issue is that Haas jibber jabbers, and President Sunday is very concerned, rightfully so, with definitions. I think that President Sunday's concern with definitions would be appropriate in an academic discussion with a person who has definitions, but for a person who just kind of like vibe spews his political theory, it can't like beget much additional understanding, you know? Keldoge, thanks to tier 2 sub. Autism is unstoppable. Mind Forged and Uber, thank you for the $5 both. Charlotte96, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. I've been trying to find articles on trans people being able to eventually produce their preferred pronouns without HRT, and I can't find anything. Produce their preferred pronouns? I don't know what you mean by that. So I also don't know any articles on that. Christoph King, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Punk Frog, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Eben is a nerd, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Iridian Knight, thank you for the $5. Hope your drive was safe. Desintuit, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Jazzy Wubber, thank you for the $30. RIP my financial aid because of the debt ceiling bullshit, but made some extra cash from work, so here. Also, could you consider bringing Zoe Baker back on? I don't think Zoe likes me anymore, unfortunately. But I like her. I'd be happy to have her on. Also, don't give me money if you need it, dumbass. Thank you. Charlotte96, thank you for the 4 consecutive tier 2 subs. Gifting out to the white names. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Giving them, you know, doing the Oprah thing. You get a car, you get a car. Tall Sappho and Queef Jerky. Thank you for the tier 1 subs. Nice. Test Trekkie and iCoat with the 5 Australian and Canadian dollars, respectively. Really appreciate those. Sebastian McCarthy, thank you for the $10. Yes, the debate ending was the best part. Ken K, thank you for the $2. Zunth and Holderiel, thank you for the $5 both. Vosh, where would you like me to send you the bill from my therapist after having listened to this godforsaken Haas v. President Sunday debate? I had fun. I was on Tinder for half of it. Got all my emails done. Well, almost all of them. Swingsy, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. I really appreciate that. Manifesting your OBS to crash at inopportune times daily, inshallah. Yeah, of all the times for it to not crash, that 5-hour debate sure was one of them. Kaiser K with the tier 1 sub. My brother got me into your show and I've been listening for over a year now. Vosh Rad. Thank you. And thanks to your brother. Fantasy Jorts, thank you for the $5. Do you suspect the detransitioner friends button mentioned were funneled to her via her Daily Wire job? That was the vibe I got by the end of it all. If you're a person who is writing articles on how detransitioners are evidence that trans people are like doing bad or whatever, you will find detransitioners to meet that narrative. If you have a bugbear, if you have any chip on your shoulder, you will always be able to find people to support your cause. And that's why anecdotal evidence is so dangerous, you know? Like, legit, like, if you guys wanted to, you could find hundreds of stories of people losing their jobs because they were, like, canceled over some really innocuous bullshit. Like, maybe they were found to have said the N-word 10 years ago on social media, and there was, like, an uproar for some dumbasses on Twitter, and they got, like, lost their job. And if you, like, wanted to find it, you could, like, get all, and you're like, hey, I'm with the Daily Wire, and I'm writing stories on people who lost their job thanks to woke nonsense. And then you could get all these stories. But you're actually, like, even if you get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of stories that are legit and sympathetic, like, 300 million people in the country, you know? It's just, you got to be careful with that. Desintuit, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Silvercakes, thank you for the $10. Yeah, I didn't want to push too much on Christina Button's relationship with Daily Wire because I know that she would have had an NDA. So I didn't want to, like, as soon as somebody says I can't say that because of NDA, I feel like you've like identified a wall in the conversation, and I wanted to keep the walls down as much as possible because I felt like it'd make it easier to talk with her, if that makes any sense. Sake, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. I really appreciate that. I feel like I need a hazmat suit to defend against the brain cell gradient of Infrared's arguments. Says stupid thing, 2 minutes pass, I didn't say that. Yeah, it's, you know, it's brain soup. It's jibber jabber, as he likes to say. It's true. Kindred Reveler, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Hullabaloo and how do you do? Thank you for the $5. Thank you kindly. Conan Cat, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Wow. Hey Vosh, Malaysian fan here. Thanks for getting me through my depression and my unemployment years. Thanks to you, I got a job long enough that I can finally sub to you. Oh, well, hell, thank you. But again, you should just take care of yourself, okay? I really appreciate that. Just make sure that you're doing all right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's very, very kind of you. I'm very happy to hear you're feeling better as well. Rogue Stella, thank you kindly. And Cats on Meth, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Tuesday, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Likewise. Ren P95 and Orson Zed, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. Really appreciate that. Maybe. I don't know if I want to do a debate on gambling. That seems kind of edge case. Real Pixp, Silver Cakes, and Zbichu, thank you for the $5 all. I really, really appreciate that. Bisadu and Toxic Tyler, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Evil King Sugiru, thank you for the 2 consecutive $10 donos. No chat GPT tech support stream, I'm afraid. Anti-Convoman and Fluffy, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. I will not play Pizza Tower on stream, not my type of game. And what are your thoughts on Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines? It's a really fucking messy game, but it's really good when it, I don't know, when it chooses to be. You know, they say they're coming out with a new one soon, or just is it just a remaster? I forget. Hopefully it's good, you know, but it was a flawed classic when I played it. I think highly of it. Markinator and 10 Lawn Gnomes, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. It's Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West. Also, none of the Soulsborne games interest me in the slightest. That's fine. Not for everyone. Juice Padamiho, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Everyone leave her alone. She's good faith. I think that she's good faith as well. Christina Buttons, I mean. Red Redstone with no message, but a $75 donation. You were been incredibly kind to me over the course of last stream. I really appreciate that. My goodness. Evil King Suguru, thank you for the additional $10. I really appreciate that. Poppycorn, thank you for the $5. IN Word, thank you for the $6.79. Very kind of you. Glade, thank you for the $10. Donating to say that I was right on my video game takes last stream. I already knew that, of course. John Chinier, thank you for the 2 Canadian. Is Iron Giant based or just an anti-gun meme? Iron Giant isn't about like guns. It's more about pacifism and Cold War paranoia. It's actually like a really incisive critique of American paranoia during the Cold War, which, as much as we talk about how bad the Soviet Union was, it's worth pointing out that like the United States is also really bad, and for a significant portion of the Cold War, we were the ones escalating. JFK and Reagan in particular were like massive escalators in terms of the like extent of the Cold War. And a lot of that was born out of this really like destructive, paranoid, like reactive war fervor that Iron Giant lampoons in a really good way, I think. Sir Brethren, thank you for the tier 3 sub. I tend to dislike JRPGs because I don't like turn-based combat, but I did just finish Earthbound. I like that a lot, so, you know, who knows. Hop Z, thank you for the tier 2 sub. K-Com Robin Hood, really appreciate that as well. How come you haven't covered the massive strikes and protests in France, yet millions of workers involved? France. I try, okay? Maxissimo1, thank you for the $10. I had to stop playing Ragnarok because my completionist brain got frustrated with how unnecessarily tedious the collecting got. I was hoping they'd tone it back, but they made it worse. Yeah, I really hate how everything has to have like collectibles, crafting, RPG elements. Like everything has to now, you know? Remember how there were RPG elements in the original God of War games, but it was just like you just ran around smashing stuff, you know? Yeah. Being a completionist, a cuck mindset anyway. I don't want to sound like oh, pity party, but like I genuinely think that the completionist mindset isn't a choice. Some people are basically like brain hard locked into wanting to do that, and there are good and bad ways to like build out a game in a way that can appeal to that. I have to put a lot of effort in to convince myself to not 100% a game if I'm not enjoying it. There have actually been times where I've had to like set the controller and I realize like I'm not even enjoying doing full completionist stuff. I'm gonna set it down. Okay, to let you guys know how bad it got, for a game that I do enjoy, for Elden Ring, one of my saves was 400 hours because I was attempting to collect every single spell, armor piece, item, trinket, so on and so forth. It was 400 hours in, I didn't even finish all of it because eventually I realized like it'll take me at least another 50 hours just to get the last dozen or so because they all require NPC quest lines. Man, the time that I spent farming that like nobleman's rapier or whatever, it was for nothing. It was mental illness. Yeah, it was like it was nothing. It was totally brain dead. But it was like just something I thought like I like the game. I'll do this. I don't fault Elden Ring for me doing that though. That's, you know. Breath of the Wild Korok seeds. Yeah. Gabriel Yu, thank you for the $20. Really appreciate that. Yes, Metroidvania is a good genre. David Pina, thank you for the $10. Zadiefen, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Glad you were able to finally escape Russia. My goodness. Stay safe out there, okay? Ninja Taco, thank you for the 10. Herenya Hope, thank you for the $10. I like Witcher 3 a lot, but I think in a lot of ways the open world doesn't really serve the best parts of the game. For me, Witcher 3 was mainly about the story, and I really did feel like a lot of the open world random encounter combat was kind of like fucking boring. The combat in Witcher 3 was never all that great to begin with, and then a lot of it is just, yeah. It's not the part I remember. I remember story beats. I don't remember like running around the open world collecting herbs. Braves136, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Horizon, thank you for the 5. K Belser, thank you for the $2. Lucas Probably, thank you for the 5. Surge A, thank you for the £5. Really appreciate that. Scoot Shoes, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Rob, thank you for the $10. I really, really appreciate that. Oh, nice. Interesting. Did you play Heart of Stone? Yeah, it was excellent. Red and Black Otter, thank you for the $5. And Mortaray, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Oh man, nothing bothers me more in open world games where like there are in-game counters to track how many of the like secret caches you've found, but they don't scale with level or they don't have items that are ubiquitously useful, which means that very often you'll go back to an area to like collect cache, whatever they're called, to go collect everything, and it's like you're running around getting stuff that's absolutely useless to you. You know what I mean? Spectre Dead Gaming, thank you for the very kind 2 consecutive $10 donos. I really, really appreciate those. Fantasy Jorts, thank you for the $5. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Genocide, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Sake with the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. Imagine being so derp as to work for the Daily Wire and have sympathy for detransitioners. Still less derp than working for the Daily Wire. Yeah, not going to applaud the thought process, you know, being worked on there. But, you know. We're almost through this, guys. We're doing good, okay? Mati Tiahu, thank you for the gifted tier 1 sub. Formidable host, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Two Dad Smooching, thank you for the $25. Really appreciate that. This gaming rant about live service games is on point. I finally got back into refined single player games a bit ago, and it reinvigorated my love for the medium. Yeah, so almost everyone that I hear has burnt out on games is like plays almost exclusively multiplayer match-based games with MMR systems or live service model games where you just play forever and it never ends. Yeah, almost every time I hear somebody talking about how they burnt out on gaming, it's that like literally like more than 90% of the time. So yeah. Selusive C, thank you for the $11. I've not played Atomic Heart yet, but I plan to. I'm going through a bunch of SNES games right now. Nickname, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate that. Jaden, thank you for the $5. Maybe. Oh man, we're almost done. We're doing so good, guys. We're doing so good. Okay. Charlotte, this is older. Charlotte96, thank you for the additional 4 gifted tier 2 subs. You're really fucking it up in a good way. That Weasel and VN, thank you for the tier 1 subs. Egg Roderick, thank you for the $5. What would you say to somebody whose family is hiding their passport and trying to make them physically ill, asking for a friend? PD don't care enough. I have no idea. I have never been in that situation. I have no clue. Unfortunately, this dono is also 4 days old, so I hope that things are doing better. Yeah, that seems more like a lawyer might be helpful. Also, your age is kind of relevant to that, I think. Call the State Department? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Tajik Moanail, thank you for the $3. Admin, thank you for the 5. Hell yeah, Vosh is live as I pack my bags for the PV22 week of action for the Wisconsin Supreme Court election. Come join us if you can. Yes, I have to talk about that. There's so much stuff I have to talk about, like, all the time. Yeah, I will. Okay, we have to finish reading these. This is a really important election. It is, yes. Christ of King, JBZO2, thank you for the tier 1 subs. No Icon, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Sasha479, thank you for the $5. Nice. JBZO2, thank you for the tier 4 sub. I really appreciate that. Kobo the Wolf, thank you for the tier 4 sub. Thank you. Been a lurker for years. Your advice for talking to strangers and self-improvement pulled me away from some incel self-abuse. I actually have dates now. Hell yeah! I'm really happy to hear that. Another tier 4 sub right next to yours from DeGero says, thanks to your advice about dating, I've got a date this weekend. My first date since I broke up with a long-term partner, so it's exciting hypers. Well, we're at the end of the weekend, so I hope the date went well, DeGero. Again, these are from 4 days ago. Godspeed, retrospectively. Tech Noir Jackrabbit, thank you for the $20. I really appreciate that. Unless you're 18 plus, PD is not legally required to do anything, but CPS is. Yeah, I've heard CPS fucking sucks though. I don't know. It's so difficult for me to recommend stuff. I don't want to make bad recommendations either. I don't want to be responsible for those. As your rogue, thank you for the $10 day 1 on HRT. Ah, well, I guess that would make it now day 4. Christ of King, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Toblo, thank you for the 2 Canadian. Oh my goodness, we're almost done. Green Cheese Samantha, thank you for the $5. Really appreciate that. Maybe. Anti-Confoman, thanks for the gifted tier 1 sub. Yes, I think Seattle's a nice place to live, but it's very expensive and the housing market is not great. Okay, Comrade Robin Hood, thank you for the $5. Nice. Mornaka with the $5 new baby. Ooh, what a fluffy baby. That is a very fluffy baby. My goodness. Hello, little duder. Daniel Lannister, thank you for the 669. Really appreciate that. Jolton Stotier, most youth who take puberty blockers continue to HRT. Oh yeah, by a huge margin. With the additional $5, this study found that 0.3% detransition after surgery. Yeah, it's in my my document, my ultimate research document. It's very good. Psychoptic Bass, thank you for the $5. H. Jason, thank you for the $5. Hi V, I studied at Berkeley during Milo 17 stuff, and citing college libs was always the point. Bonus. Ooh. Yeah, I generally speaking, I suggest that people not like protest when right-wing people come to your university, because almost always the only thing it actually encourages, slipping. The only thing it actually like accomplishes is giving them a bunch of attention so they can screech about free speech and how they're being canceled and how universities used to respect different opinions and blah, 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 blah. Sword and Algorithms, thank you for the incredibly kind 20 tier 1 subs. That is very, very kind of you. Thanks to the brainworms. The pleasure's all mine, buddy. And hey, listen, we're sharing the brainworms. It's not like I didn't have to listen to all that. Thank you kindly. Curing the white name plague. Test Trekkie, thank you for the 10 Australian. Can you add a soft fabric bucket hat to complete the Hunter S. Thompson look? Yeah, maybe. Bricklayer, thanks to the tier 1 sub. Good job with buttons. Was a little disappointed you didn't mention that hormone blockers / gender affirming surgeries were way more common among cis people. Yeah, her main hang up was with like the youth, and I don't think anything that refers to adults, I don't think would have tracked as well. And when it comes to like gender affirming surgeries, they're not that common at all for young people, like at all, you know? Trans or cis. Like people are always screeching about the incredibly rare, like 17 and 9/10-year-old trans guy getting a double mastectomy, but overwhelmingly surgery stuff is after adulthood. It's so frustrating. Yeah, it is. Charlotte96, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that. Nobody, thank you for the $10. Yes, I'm familiar with the story with Eden, the trans woman who got there were handlers in the US who collaborated to deport Eden back to Saudi Arabia so that her abusive parents could like detransition her, and she killed herself today. That being said, I don't really have much to say on the subject unless more information comes out at the moment. I don't have many prescriptions to offer on that. I feel like by tomorrow I'm going to have more info on it. It's yeah, like a Saudi. Yeah, I don't know. Please at least retweet or boost the post in the last message. The people who did this need to be exposed to the public. Yeah, yeah. Merrick posted the names of who it was that collaborated with the parents. Yeah, I'll look more into it when I can. Anyone with anything come to me about it? Yeah, talk to Merrick if you have any info. As I understand it, it's the girl was in the US but was an illegal immigrant, like her visa had expired. So the handlers in the United States were paid basically to exploit the fact that any engagement with the legal system would lead to her being deported. So they got her back to Saudi Arabia under the control of her parents. I think that's what happened. Which is probably not good. It's also a reaffirmation of the fact that like the whole the whole status of a person being an illegal immigrant is just a way of facilitating, like it essentially puts them into second class citizen status. Uh, and you can get away with a lot more with them. They have far fewer legal rights. I'm so fucking done. How are we not supposed to be doomer after this? With all respect, not to say it's not a tragedy, but if you're prompted to doomerism because of one story of one trans woman committing suicide, then you probably would have been doomer from, I don't know, the nanosecond you were born up until this point. I don't know what the like refractory period is on that particular emotional experience, but don't ask me questions like that. If you know it don't make me go on a rant about how many people there are like waging on this. We focus on single stories because narratively speaking, it's convenient and it's how humans process information. But right now, at any given moment, an unimaginable amount of suffering and happiness is being experienced by everyone across the planet. You couldn't even begin to comprehend how much is going on that you'll never know about. Stuff that would make you want to die and stuff that would make you want to live as long as you possibly could. So don't ask me what, like, how, this, how do you not doomer? There's a lot going on. We focus on the stuff we can. All right. Kakao N, thank you for the 732. Vosh, I got all my money out of SVB right before the Fed showed up. Can you hold this just a bit? Don't tell anyone you got it from me. Thanks. I won't. Don't worry. Anachi, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I'm really happy to hear that you enjoyed Evangelion. Make sure you watch the movie too, End of Evangelion. I assume you did, but if you didn't, that is the proper ending to the TV show. Juliet Mindset, thank you for the $10. Hi, me again, the one who recently mentioned the boyfriend with the cute butt. He's skiing right now, so let's hope he doesn't break it on the slopes. Pretty hard to break a butt, I guess. I've heard about people doing it, though. Had people said I've done it to them. But it did take a lot of effort. Godspeed to him. Jules Sucks 1, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Justice for Eden, indeed. Hopefully something comes of it. Andy T17, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Finally decided to sub with you here. Usually watched on YouTube and then just kind of stumbled upon this. Happy to participate in that chat finally. Brand new here. Welcome, Andy T17. Everyone say hi to Andy T17, who's hopefully still in chat. Harry with the $10. Thank you. Bosh, I heard you like a horse cock. Is this true? No idea where you heard that. Chursa, thank you for the $25. Really appreciate that. Watch my squat PR double to Vosh Rad. Keep up the good work. Is this what we're doing now? We're submitting PR records to my theme song. Oh. Looking good, King. I'll take full credit. Or I guess Holic Master should take full credit for that that PR. For the jam and beats. Well done. 350 is a lot of weight. And then the final donation. Al the Reviewer, thank you for the $10. Much respect to you for the response to Hakeem and his Orwell video. George Orwell has inspired me deeply and helped develop my more positive left-wing views for years. Yeah, it was a pretty dumb video. I used to respect Hakeem. Like, I never thought his views were correct, but I always thought he was smarter than the average tanky. But unfortunately, he's regressed over time. His disagreeable positions have gone from, well, disagreeable but understandable to, like, that video was just, like, stupid and bad faith. So I guess this is the fate of everyone who disagrees with me ever on anything. I hope I'll give it a look, but probably in a little bit. Did you see that thread trying to show you were wrong about it somehow? The person blocked me, so I only saw one message of the thread. Somebody linked me and I could see the one because Twitter's fucking busted, but I couldn't see the whole thing. So I didn't see how I was epically owned. Hakeem or Hakeem? Hakeem. Where was that thread? I kind of want to see it now. Like, I never bothered to look at it, but I like it when people are mad at me because it's content, homie. I guess I can open in, like, Incog? How we doing, Daniil? We still feeling sick? Rub, rub, rub. All right. Still alive. That's good. Perky. Dumbass little baby. Damn, that's crazy. When I search my own name from a Incog, a lot more people hating on me. A lot of them have blocked me. So when I see myself trending, and look at it from my own thing, it's mostly people being supportive of me or my own tweets. Damn, people fucking hate me. That's crazy. Right now, it's mostly like VTubers and pedophiles, I think. But I repeat myself. I found it. What is this? Vosh goes mask off. In his new video defending George Orwell, first clip, him defending George Orwell being a literal Fed informant, saying he supports reporting Stalinists to the Feds and implicitly says Stalinists are worse than Nazis. Why is it not making noise? Make noise. There you go. I don't give a if Stalinists are reported to the state. I don't give a shit. It's like reporting Nazis, except Nazis have killed fewer anarchists than Stalinists have. That's true. Implicitly says Stalinists are worse than not. Dude, I mean, in terms of anarchists killing, like, that's, I mean, yeah. I mean, what do you want? Don't kill anarchists. I don't know. Clip 2, Vosh claims the USSR was an ally of the Nazis and no other country would be given the charity of, well, they had to do it. Context, most European countries already had pacts with Nazi Germany, including the UK, and Poland wasn't the only nation divided by. Okay. Held a conference in Munich on a certain Munich Pact. It's annexation. Okay. A pact before World War II allowing German annexation is not the same as allying with them during World War II for multiple years to and then like fucking it's clearly not the same thing. Yes, splitting Poland up. To be fair, the USSR appealed to the Allies before signing with the Axis. Again, this is charitability that no tanky would give any other country. Like, for instance, tankies still fucking hate Finland because well, like they were like kind of buddies with the Nazis while they were getting attacked by the Soviet Union. So it's like, no, you can't ally with the Nazis to keep yourself from being destroyed unless you're the Soviet Union, in which case, yeah, like they don't. It's a completely one-sided bit of charitability. They hate Poland too, yeah. The Soviet Axis talks. Yeah, don't ever let tankies fucking mislead you historically. The Soviets were not just like, okay, don't invade us, we'll ally with you for the meantime. In reality, like, there were attempts by the Soviets to establish long-lasting friendship with Nazi Germany, to the point where, like, the Germans broke off from some of their agreements because they thought that Stalin was being too greedy with the territories that he wanted in the split between them. Like, they agreed to split Poland 50-50, but then it was like Stalin wanted so much, and Hitler literally was like, oh my god, this guy, you know? It was not just the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. There was actual effort at, like, long-standing collaboration. Vosh claims George Orwell had good reason to care far more about the USSR and the British Empire, which he worked as a federal informant for, because the USSR had more colonial territories than the British Empire. What? It's fun. It's kind of crazy how in order to make the stuff I say sound disagreeable, they have to rephrase it rather than just saying the stuff that I say. Because I don't know what this refers to. It's the imperialist empire that was the Soviet Union. do keep in mind that as of Orwell's death in what was it, 1949 or sometime a little bit after that, the Soviet Union had more colonial territories than England did. After the war, the West lost most of its colonial territories. You know, Britain lost India, whereas the Soviet Union had the entire. That's true. Like that's true. The British Empire was decolonizing / had decolonized. And the Soviet Union, like, had their boot on the neck of the entire Warsaw Pact with ambitions for expansion. Like, clip 4, Vosh claims USSR was fascist. Really? Who would do that? Oh, if you're based and red-pilled like myself and George Orwell, you know, it's not as though Stalinist Russia wasn't fascist. True. Vosh defends Orwell spending most of his career defaming and representing the USSR. Okay, yeah, it's there again. Like the problem here is that it's boring for me to go over this because it's literally just like they're mad that George Orwell didn't like Stalin, and that like that's actually it. It's literally like, dude, I can't believe. Oh my God, there's so many of these. It's bro. Why not just like why show all these clips? Why not just go, hey, Vosh agrees with Orwell not liking Stalin? With like yeah, just summarize it. It's a whole hour-long video. Why gonna break that down into 60 1-minute-long clips? Jesus. In a sickening remark, he says your boy Hakim should have been kidnapped by American forces as a child in the Iraq invasion and forced to learn English in an American classroom. All right, what did I actually say? That Hakim is Iraqi, but I think they should have like airlifted him and brought him over to an American English class and had him sit there for 20 straight years after the Iraq War began, which was about 20 years ago, solely so that he wouldn't have made this retarded video. This is insane. Oh yeah. Oh, that's right. It was a joke. Yeah, it was a pretty funny one too. It's horrifying. Yeah. Yeah, it was about comprehension. The joke was that, like, he was going over a portion of George Orwell's books and essays and writings, and his reading comprehension was abysmal. So the joke was like, all right, we'll give you an English education here in the States. Clip 8, Vosh being a petulant child. Well, yeah, obviously. How dare you criticize the USSR? How dare you? 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 How dare you?
Reserved for.
Wait, that was Hakim, not me. Clip 10, Vosh claims that the book 1984 is pro-communism, despite being perhaps the most influential piece of anti-communism literature ever published. Isn't it crazy how because tankies insist that the Soviet Union was communism, they have so many of the same positions as the U.S. State Department and American Conservative Party? Like, literally, the group that's loudest about how 1984 is anti-communist literature and most incapable of reading comprehension are conservatives in America. But tankies also feel that way. It's kind of like how the only people who call China socialist are like the U.S. State Department and tankies, you know? Vosh claims that any socialist who takes offense at the cartoonish portrayal of communism in the book 1984 would happily murder you and rape your wife. That's true. Vosh claims Ho Chi Minh bathed his country in blood. Straight up American genocide apologia. What? What? Straight up American Wait, I was referring to Ho Chi Minh's land reform, not to the Vietnam War. In the video, I specifically said that I think that we were obviously in the wrong in the Vietnam War and Ho Chi Minh was right to remove the French. What? What? I said that. The difference, okay, between social democracies in the East and social democracies in the West, okay? Social democracies in the East required a bloody revolution to get to, and social democracies in the West just required some sensible post-war governance, all right? True. Imagine being Ho Chi Minh and blanketing your country in blood, and at the end of it, you get something that is akin to a social democracy, but worse in every conceivable way. I'll tell you, how is that Orientalism? What is that? Did I miss the part where I played the stock sound effect of like the dun 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 dun, dun with a gong? Like what? Where? Because I said East. Ah, okay, that's why. Vosh claims that leftists who want and advocate for peace in Ukraine are only doing so to aid the enemy in the Russian war effort. It's actually crazy how these guys are as active pushers of disinformation as like Nick Fuentes. I specifically say here who support Russia against Ukraine, but they have to use the euphemism, like who want and advocate for peace as long as peace means Ukraine surrendering its territory right now unconditionally. Like but they know they're lying when they say this, or like I think it's a peer pressure thing. Like they know they're lying, but they think everyone else does it as well. Oh, dude, tankies would get along so well with Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes was literally just defending Stalin in a recent podcast bit or whatever during a live stream. Why wouldn't he? It's not like Stalin did anything communist. He did plenty of things that were fascist. You missed the clip where the tankie said the anarchists were traitors, not the Stalinists. Yeah, of course, obviously. This is why I say that they would happily murder you and rape your wife, because like as Stalinists have done in the past, like they will literally like shoot you in the back of the head in a shared offense against fascists. Like they will work with fascists against anarchists before they'll work with anarchists against fascists, and they have consistently every time. Literally every time. Like they will always choose because they're statists, because they're authoritarian statists. So it doesn't matter. Walsh mulled over the Spanish Civil War. After reading in the same article, the anarchists started the shooting toward the communists because they splintered off and refused to create a state alongside all the other anti-fascist factions. He said they were heroes. This was after the Stalinists had ostracized the anarchists and then begun working with the liberal government in Spain. Like, they betrayed the revolution. They were the backstabbers. Like, the fact that all the article said was that the anarchists were literally the first ones to begin the shooting, not that they were the ones who began the backstabbing. Like, if a bunch of people in an alleyway start crowding around you and start, like, pulling out knives, and you're the one who draws and shoots really quick first, that doesn't mean you initiated the aggression. All right, that's pretty dumb. Okay, in 5 minutes we have a debate, I think. I forget what it's on. Okay, what are these things? Hold on. That's the thing. This is Michael Knowles looking like he wants to suck a dick. Saw that. Very good, very good, very good. Ah, yes, that's right. The most progressive anti-drag protest. Several anti-drag groups, including avowed neo-Nazis, White Lives Matter, Proud Boys, Patriot Front, and other non-affiliated conservative activists, protested outside a drag show today at a public park in Wadsworth, Ohio. What a name. Pedophiles get the rope, chanted an armed neo-Nazi group in between sessions of watching their favorite lolly VTuber, waving swastika flags at the families attending the all-ages event. Faggots, I assume, go home. Sieg Heil, they chanted while pointing stiff arm salutes at attendees. There will be blood. Hey, there's a gay N-word right there. Oh, there's the hard R. I can show Linus Tech Tip this video and be like, yeah, this is what you said you did. Why is it defaulting to mute? Wow, immediate aesthetic association here is Pink Floyd's The Wall. The music video or the rock opera thing. You know what I'm talking about, the movie. Immediate vibes. Fuck, Nazis look so goofy. Yeah, they really do. I heard your throat like that. I can't make out the words they're saying. Well, you can make out this part, right? This is the classic bit. Lay off the meth. You can't be a Nazi and not do meth. Even the original Nazis did meth, like a lot of it.
Pedophiles, get the rope! Pedophiles, get the rope! Why more condition?
Yeah, you guys get the deal. If they say the N-word, am I in trouble on YouTube? I don't know what the rules are these days. What's up, dog?
What do you think of people who say? What's your response to that?
Same old, same old. Everybody's got the same shit to say every day. You know, we've had the same shit slung at us year after year after year. We're still here. We're not going nowhere. They can suck my dick.
Nice. Excuse me. It's kind of you could get yoinked just for the Sieg Heil. Man, could you really get yoinked just for that? I don't want to risk it, dude. The last channel strike that I got was for a fucking Republican ad. No, that can't possibly be. No, it can't possibly be. This is like modern mainstream politics. If you start banning people for showing clips of people saying Sieg Heil, you couldn't even cover like Congress stuff anymore. They won't ban you, it just gets you demonetized. All my streams get demonetized, that's fine. What? You missed Merrick's request? What? Will you help me ratio him? I'm not 4chan. What am I, private army? Valid people taking L's coming after me over Eden's death. Will you help me ratio? You're already going to ratio them in like any... Okay, I'll help, fine. I hate being beholden to people. Alright. Let's do this fucking debate. How's the Nazi clip different from a Republican ad? Less money went into it, I suppose. Why is the stream so choppy? It's your shit poor people internet, okay? Over here in America land. Where everyone has perfect internet connections. It's not a problem. Okay, we have to do the debate. Let me check on Daniil real quick, okay? Hold on. Danilo. How are we doing, little guy? Hey, your mouth's dry. You need water. Well, at least he doesn't have a fever. All right, let's do this thing. What are we debuting on? I completely forget. Vosh, would you be willing to get jacked? If my costochondritis goes away, then yes. Have you listened to OK Computer by Radiohead? I saw you didn't particularly love Kid A, so I think OK Computer... It's been a while since I've tried any, like, music exploration stuff. Might have to get back on that at some point. All right, cool. We're doing the call. There we go. Howdy.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How about you?
Good. Can you hear me all right?
Hey, you sound okay. Maybe a smidge robot-y, but I don't think it makes you any less understandable.
Okay, well, I can, if it gets bad, I can always switch it to just holding the phone up, and that should improve it. I'm up in a mountain town, so the service is not always ideal.
Gotcha. Well, yeah, I have a terrible memory. You're going to have to remind me what it is you wanted to talk about in the first place. I completely forget.
That is okay. So I emailed you after you did the segment on Crystal and Sagar talking about the lab leak. And just generally, I think the messaging you have on COVID, from what I've seen, is not great. And I think it kind of backfires on the purpose you're going for, which is to get more people vaccinated, more people to care about it and take it more seriously. And I think you've been a little pro, like, authoritarian policies, things like that.
Well, I am a socialist. So,
This is true.
hit me up then. What do you think I've done wrong? Also, how do you want to be referred to by chat?
Oh, I apologize. My name is Brett. Pronouns are they or he, him. And yeah, that should be fine.
So, where have I
so
failed you?
Well, can we clarify? I tried to dig through some of your older content, but you don't have a lot of clips specifically. I'd have to dig through old streams. So could I clarify a couple things so I make sure I have
go
it
for it.
correct? Okay. You were pro mask mandate, pro lockdown, pro vaccine mandate. Yes.
Well, we've never had a vaccine mandate. I mean, some businesses have, but we haven't, like,
Sure.
as national policy. Yes, to the extent that we had it, yes.
Okay. And from what I've gathered, perception-wise, anybody who's vaccine hesitant or was against those measures, you tend to consider either idiots or conservatives. Yes.
Well, for the most part. I'm sure there are probably some, like, very specific, nuanced disagreements that I wouldn't find that disagreeable, but for the most part, yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess the argument I would have after watching that Crystal and Sagar segment, and I found the clip of you talking or going over to Joe Rogan, Sanjay Gupta one as well, is that the way you approach the messaging on this is terrible, and it lines up with, like, a lot of people that are pro-vaccine and pro-mask, that it's having the opposite effect that you want it to have. And anybody who's at this point vaccine hesitant or doesn't buy the mask mandates or the effectiveness of that, it's kind of understandable at this point with how bad the government and media's messaging has been.
I disagree completely. The government media's messaging, honestly, has been pretty great. The problem is that conservative media has, like, hyper-fixated on a couple of irresponsible statements out of hundreds of thousands. Overwhelmingly, the messaging has just been that the vaccines are good to take, they're helpful, they'll help prevent the disease or lessen its symptoms, which is true. And additionally, that like, masks limit the spread, which is also true. I mean, like, the body of the message has been consistent and accurate this whole time. I feel like anyone who's still vaccine hesitant is like, they're on that, like, anti-science Facebook health bullshit, Like, I don't know how you could even reach a person who isn't vaccinated at this point.
Do you think it's possible to be vaccine hesitant on this one specifically and not anti-science or anti-vaccine in general?
You'd have to have an extremely good reason. I think you need an extraordinary degree of either deliberate or incidental scientific ignorance to be anti-vax on this specific issue.
Okay, and that's honestly not even really what I want to argue with you on, because one, I'm not a virologist, and two, it's not like I've dug through every study and gotten my knowledge base up to a level that would be a responsible place to even argue whether it's effective or not. It seems to be. My concern would be, just in general, I'm not a fan of mandates or anything medically forcibly being done by anyone. And I know we didn't have them, but what I'm saying is the advocacy for wanting them and pushing them as hard as they were done and saying things like, you can't, if you get vaccinated, you can't get it. And if you do happen to be one of the few breakthrough cases, you can't spread it, which is just false, but it was said ad nauseum over and over and over and over again. And then walk back when that wasn't the evidence. And it's not even saying they weren't effective or it reduces negative causes. But when the messaging is this is a perfect vaccine, there's no side effects, there's no way you'll get COVID, and if you're one in a million, you can't spread it, and none of that was true.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, because I think like you're making it up. That just wasn't the messaging. The idea that there was a prevention rate, like closer to 95% with the Pfizer, the initial Pfizer vaccine, was more consistent. And nobody was ever saying you can't get it or can't spread it. Just that it was less likely that you get it and less likely that you'd spread it. Conservatives latched onto this, and they were like, well, the liberal media will tell you that once you're vaccinated, you're immune to all sickness, which is why that to this day, like, conservative accounts on Twitter will go viral, or it'll be like, notice how this person got COVID even though they've been vaccinated. And it's like, haha, the media lied. Well, it didn't. Like, it just didn't do that, you know? I don't think...
You don't think we could find clips from press secretaries or Matt Out or someone on MSNBC or CNN saying, if you get vaccinated, you can't spread it.
This is what I mean by like fixating on an incredibly small minority of the broader statements. In a pandemic that affects the whole world, in a country where there are thousands of people whose job it is to engage in messaging, any one like errant comment, any one statement that's a little bit too like flippant or a little overly confident, to take that and to then go, well, the media's messaging has been bad when the overwhelming majority of stuff has been consistent and clear. I think that's like the conservative psyop, right? I don't actually think the media's been inconsistent. I think it's been pretty responsible, as long as we cut conservative media out of the picture. When I'm talking like liberal media.
Oh, I agree with you. They're insane, conservative media in general. But I think I don't agree with you. I think they've handed conservatives a bunch of wins by doing really stupid shit over and over and over and over again.
Like what?
So Fauci's flipped on masks, 3 separate times publicly?
Yeah.
Initially, it was initially, hey, they don't work. And then he openly admitted they do work, but I was trying to limit the purchases so we had enough for frontline workers. And then he flipped to, well, 1 doesn't really work, but maybe 2 will work. And then recent comments from him have said, hey, we're not sure of the effectiveness net. They may have had some small effect, but they weren't the most important part of the approach.
The only thing there he did that I think was actually kind of dishonest was him downplaying the effectiveness of masks so that frontline workers would have more access to the N95 ones. But apart from that, I don't think anything he said has been out of line with like the scientific understanding of the issue. Masks were more helpful early on. Modern strains of COVID are more virulent and easier to spread. So as our understanding of the disease changes, and as the disease itself changes, our like messaging on masks will change as well. But like I don't think, like, I guess the issue that I have is that any situation that's this like immediate and dire and overwhelming is going to be fraught with a lot of confusion. And there isn't going to be like, it's not like the government has some kind of pre-existing like perfect step-by-step formula to addressing this specific disease. Like, we find out moment by moment, what can the vaccine do? Like, how effective is all of this? And that this is going to be the case with every pandemic ever. There will never be a pandemic that won't have these things, you know? But it doesn't change the fact that the mandates worked, the vaccine works, you know? So we should focus on responsibly interpreting the information we get rather than like ultra fixating on mild diversions from what is otherwise a pretty consistently accurate narrative.
Okay, but I guess the argument I'm making is that the amount of things you can pull from not random people on the internet, but mainstream news or Fauci or the White House press secretary or Biden or Trump, by the way, Trump was terrible on this as well, of something that was either flippant or incorrect or whatever, and the confidence with which they said it, and then had to walk back and or change what they said, and then attacking anybody who questioned them about it, gives a really bad image that, hey, we're dictating this from the top. We're not doing this based on the science. We're doing this based on what we think. And if we were wrong, we're not going to admit it. We're not going to change tactic. We're not going to ever say anything along the lines of, hey, masks seem to be effective. We're still doing studies. If something changes on that, we will update you. Oh, hey, N95 seem to work. Cloth masks don't. So any mandate that is for a business or a school or whatever that is, you need to wear a cloth mask. That's just performative. The cloth masks didn't do a damn thing. The N95s did if you wore them correctly. But hold on, they don't.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me see if I can pull up a study here. On
Yeah,
that.
we had early on, not so much now, but early on, if you wore a mask and you had COVID, you were less likely to spread COVID to the people around you, because a lot of COVID spreads through the droplets, the microscopic droplets that you exhale and spit out when you
Sure.
talk.
But I guess the point I'm making is that could have all been stated, but and again, we'd have to pull up a study on the cloth mask, but I would argue, unless we pull something up, I'm going to stay with they don't tend to work very well, and 95s do, except for people like you and I with large beards, and reduce the effectiveness of them significantly. People don't know how to wear them correctly, and you heard that from public health officials that, hey, people don't know how to wear these correctly. They're not effective if they're not used correctly. All of that, and it just seemed informative. And then when they changed the messaging on what works from use them to double in.
You say we should respect the science, but the problem is, like, all of the stuff that you're upset with them for doing was them respecting the scientific process. The moment a pandemic happens, it's like, okay, we need to control the spread. Masks are like a pretty obvious thing that you can do right off the bat to limit the spread of a disease, because we know they work historically. They work with a variety of things that spread through respiratory symptoms. So, like, it makes sense they would immediately go for that. The problem is, like, the science does change. Right now, for example, with, like, whatever, God only knows what variant of COVID we're on right now. With the modern variant of COVID, like, they've gotten viral enough that it seems like masks are less effective. I still think there's some marginal effectiveness. Like, if you wear a mask and you have COVID, you're less likely to spread it. But it has definitely decreased in effectiveness over time, which is why mask mandates aren't as common now as they are, like, 2 years ago. You know, it seems like, generally speaking, the process is being followed.
Right, sure, and that's fine. But the messaging wasn't. It is, we are correct right now, do exactly what we say, and then they lose credibility when the science changes.
But it doesn't, well, no, because they were right. They were correct when they said wear masks to lower the transmittability of the disease. That was correct of them to say. Like, they were operating within the existing scientific understanding of the issue, and they were saying it authoritatively. You can't, like, dilly-dally when it comes to a pandemic. Like, if the immediate scientific evidence points towards the efficacy of cloth masks, you can't go like, well, they might be effective. We need to do, like, a few months of trialing before we can know for sure. They're basically free. Like, they don't harm anyone. There's not really a downside to wearing the mask. So, like, obviously, like, right off the bat, it's like, okay, people, let's go, you know? And they would...
Well, I mean, there is some downsides. There's studies coming out now about them affecting the education of young children.
Like, in what way?
Not being able to read faces, making it harder to hear and speak and things like that.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to weigh that against, like, getting COVID, I guess. It is unfortunate.
Well, if we're weighing it against COVID for children specifically, the flu is a lot more dangerous than COVID was for young children specifically.
For young children, but the older you get, the less that weighs out favorably. I mean, the flu is very dangerous to young children, and you can still bring COVID back home to your parents and grandparents, which was one of the main concerns. Like, the kids might be okay, but then they come back home and they spread the disease to their parent. Because, like, it's not like a parent can quarantine away from their kid. The parent has to take care of the kid. So there's... it puts them at risk as well.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Parents for sure. But you could take measures to protect the more vulnerable, like the elderly and the infirmed, as opposed to forcing 3 and 4 year olds to wear masks in schools. That's insane.
Well, 3 and 4 year olds don't go to school.
Well, sorry, 5, 6, whatever. Preschool, kindergarten, first, second, elementary school, and younger.
I mean, I guess, like, it's unfortunate that they would have to, but if they did, and it lowered the likelihood of their parents getting sick, wouldn't that be, like, a worthwhile thing to invest in, potentially?
Potentially, but I don't know what's your threshold for damage to young children versus risk for adults, etc. And there's other things, there's other measures that could be taken to protect yourself as well. Let me ask you this, just out of curiosity. Were you early on in 2020, prior to vaccines, were you advocating vitamin D and quercetin or some sort of iron for?
You mean with the beginning of COVID?
First year prior to vaccines.
No, I wasn't advocating for those things. I don't think I was aware of their effectiveness in treating COVID.
Well, something like 44% of people with severe reactions to COVID were vitamin D deficient. Something like 80% of people in ICUs were vitamin D deficient. And that would be a cheap, easy measure for the government to send out. But there was no application for that. It was lockdowns, masks, etc.
But you can get vitamin D at your local grocery store, and that doesn't make masks and lockdowns any less effective.
Sure, but a clearly effective measure was not advocated for by anybody at a large scale, even though we had pretty early evidence that it was helpful. That's what I'm talking about. Like,
when was it found that vitamin D was effective?
I found something from, I was looking for this. I remember, because the reason I remember so vividly is because I did take this seriously and I was paying attention, and I was buying everyone in my family and close friend circle vitamin D and either turmeric or quercetin, because that helps with the absorption rate when you take vitamin D.
I'm looking at some studies. This is on COVID-19 treatment guidelines from the NIH.gov,
right,
saying there's insufficient evidence for the panel to recommend either for or against the use of vitamin D for the prevention or treatment of COVID-19.
Hold on. I literally had it up and I accidentally closed it. Give me a second. I apologize. I did have it, but I closed it because I'm an idiot.
It's like the ivermectin thing too, where you have to be careful about stuff that you recommend because people will go hog fucking crazy. If you say vitamin D can protect against COVID-19, then instantly every CVS in the country will be out of vitamin D, because people are going to start hoarding like gallon jugs of it. So I feel like there's generally like an averseness to recommending anything that isn't strictly necessary because it'll cause shortages. Which, hey, that's what happened with the masks, because people started like buying up so many masks that there weren't enough N95s for frontline healthcare workers, which actually was a real issue.
That was what I was going to say, was if your argument is don't recommend vitamin D because there might be shortages, then why recommend masks if there's going to be shortages? Well, if that's effective as well.
Well, for a time, Fauci tried to correct against that. Fauci was like, well, hold on, actually, and like tried to buy some time for the essential workers to get a hold of them.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta talk and type at the same time. Apologize.
It's okay. Like even if I felt the government could have recommended vitamin D more aggressively, and from what I'm seeing here, it seems like some people are saying it doesn't do anything, and some people are saying that it does. I would be willing to bet you're probably safer against the threat of death if you aren't vitamin D deficient in general, because vitamin D is good for you.
Sure.
Yeah. But that wouldn't like lessen my recommendation for masks, lockdowns, vaccines, whatever else. I would just recommend all of it like in tandem.
Okay, so we'll get there in a second. And I do have this number. If 44% of the U.S. population is vitamin D deficient, right? And vitamin D in general is a good health measure. Being deficient in vitamin D is bad for all sorts of things. But if I think it's October 2019, sorry. If I can find the right study I was looking at, from what I remember, it was October 27th, that study of like a couple thousand people, that 44% of people in the ICU were vitamin D deficient. And that is a effective measure to be not vitamin D deficient. All you need is 5,000 IUs a day and some sort of absorption, so turmeric, quercetin, etc. Right?
Yeah, well, for now, because we don't need to do like a study hunt. I'm okay with like accepting the premise that it would be effective to not be vitamin D deficient.
So why not advocate for that? And why close the beaches and the parks and all of that kind of shit when we knew early in COVID, and we did know this, outdoor transmission was not a thing. So why are we closing beaches? Why are we arresting paddle boarders? Why are we closing parks?
Well, wait, hold on. You advocate for following the scientific process, but right away we didn't know that outdoor transmission wasn't really a thing. I remember it took a while before it was generally determined that the likelihood of transmission outdoors way lower than indoors. It was just a broad set of rules about preventing people from gathering in crowds, you know? I think it's okay to lean towards the side of caution. Like, COVID's still going, but we have reopened our pubs and our beaches, you know? I think it's okay, like, the moment things get started, it's like, all right, let's be as cautious as possible, and then as we determine what is effective and what is needed, we scale things back, which is what most countries did. I think we could have gone a lot farther, frankly, though there's no point now.
Okay, so let's jump to that then. What's your threshold for that kind of measure, for a lockdown, for a mandate, for a vaccine mandate, even at the corporate level, for filling stand in the skate park? What's your threshold for an infectious disease where that's acceptable versus not?
Wait, that what's acceptable?
That those kind of measures, like limiting people's freedom, locking down masks, vaccines, etc., advocating for policies that do limit your freedom. And they do. You can say that they're the right choice, but what's your threshold for that?
I don't necessarily think they limit our freedom. I think that there's a kind of freedom to a society that does not have COVID-19 in it. So a pursuit of that society, even if it means temporarily limiting rights, might actually be an enhancer to your freedom in the long run. But I mean, there are like a lot of things there, right? We never did a federal mandate on vaccines, which is unfortunate because it would have made a lot of people I dislike very upset. We did have the workplace requirements. Those workplace requirements, by the way, were 100% like earned and legitimate. If you are not vaccinated, you were, especially back then, like when things were less transmittable generally, you were a threat to your workplace. You literally posed a threat of injury and death to the people around you, more so than if you were vaccinated. And like, I think that a workplace has every right to can somebody if they don't abide by that. Like that's totally fine. If I like ran a building and I had like 100 people working there and some of them were old and infirm and sick, and then like there's this one guy who strolls in, he's like, "Yep, not getting vaxxed, no Fauci ouchie for me." Like, nah, fuck that guy. So I think that's fine. As for like closing public venue, yeah.
Along those lines, though, so this is going to be anecdotal, so I apologize, but something that happened to me and my family. I was in Florida at the time. I live in Colorado now, but I was laid off twice, and not from like I had a career. I'm a builder. Like I was laid off twice during that. So was my father. So was my sister. All in relatively in the building industry. And I got a job with a much larger corporation after that because I thought it was safer, right? So I tested positive for COVID in what was it, April of 2020. It seems to be that natural immunity is a pretty good protection for, I don't know, what, 10 months or something like that is what the most recent stuff says?
Well, first of all, it took us a while to arrive at any conclusions with regards to the immunity that you get from contracting it. For a while, we weren't even sure if you could get COVID twice. Obviously, now we know you can get it an infinite number of times, basically.
Right.
But as for,
something
like,
you said,
natural immunity might also protect you, but that's not the same as protecting other people. Having recently had COVID means that your body is charged with more antibodies against it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that your body is less likely to transmit the disease if you're a carrier but not currently infected by it. And the science on this takes a really long time to find out that kind of stuff because you're not dealing with like clinically controlled lab tests. Like that's not something you can know right away, I don't think.
So fine, I'll accept that premise. But something you said at the beginning of our conversation was, hey, it's a pandemic, it's complicated, it takes a while to figure out things. Part of the reason we went with masks is because we had prior evidence from prior diseases, SARS, MERS, etc., things in Asia where they wear masks more consistently. We have prior evidence that shows that typically with respiratory viruses, masks are an effective measure to help prevent it, correct? You said that. So that's one of the reasons we advocated for them so strongly.
Yeah, well, you look at what's been done in the past and you think like, okay, here's an easy one right off the top of the dome.
Great, fine. Natural immunity is generally a pretty good defender once you've had something and catching it again, at least for a while. Is that pretty established science for most things long term?
I mean, it does depend on the disease. I'm pretty sure that varies a lot. But even then, like, if we're talking about a business and their criteria for maintaining employment, I think it's fair to go like, all right, everyone, you have to get the vaccine. You can't be like, oh, I didn't get it, but I don't need to get it because, like, look, I've had COVID. I think it's okay for them to have just like a general rule, you know?
Well, the way I see the world, I basically don't want businesses to be told what to do on their own policies in general. It's the same argument with like Twitter policy or Instagram policy. Like they can make their own policy. If you don't like it, that sucks, but whatever. But go somewhere else or work somewhere else.
They chose to do it.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'm not advocating that they shouldn't be allowed to. I wouldn't want the government to come say, hey, no vaccine requirements for work. Like I don't want to do that. What I am saying is I don't think it was good policy for those companies, or it was good policy for people. I wouldn't advocate for it publicly. I think that's one. I think it opens the door for companies to enforce all sorts of medical things. on their employees, which I don't think that's good. They can do it if they want, but I don't think that's good, and I don't think you should advocate for it. And I think it pushed a lot of people the other direction.
Why can't they just get vaccinated?
What percent of the population do you think is going to get vaccinated in general? What percent of the population takes flu shots? Like, how many people did you realistically think, best case scenario in this country, were getting vaccinated?
I mean, there are other countries where it's like near 100%. Over here in America, like, it's been way harder to get more people on board. I think right now it's probably closer to like 3/4, but the holdouts are never going to move over without some kind of like federal mandate.
Okay, do you think that percentage would have been that high? Or do you think it would have been that many holdouts if there weren't all of these instances of the being able to weaponize bad messaging, bad policy, things like that? That
well, you can
say it's dumb.
You could always do that. Well, the problem is if there's like a massive right-wing propaganda machine that's choosing to weaponize this information in bad faith, there's nothing you can do to prevent that. I don't think that not having these mandates would have stopped anything. I'm going to take like the hard determinist stance here. I don't think anything that anybody could have done would have prevented there from being this like quarter of the population that's a holdout, specifically because the right wing was already primed to turn this into a culture war issue no matter what happened.
Okay. So I'm just going to use an anecdote.
But like, why can't they just get the vaccine though? Why can't we just get it? It doesn't hurt. I mean, it makes your arm sore a little bit, but
well, you can say it makes your arm sore. The sickest I've been in a decade was from the vaccine. Now, I'm not saying it was a bad thing. I'm just saying the sickest that I have been in 10 years was from that.
Yeah, but overwhelmingly, you have to know that like the vaccine is a good thing to take. I mean, you're not contesting the validity of the vaccine, are you, on a fundamental level?
No, I think science is fucking incredible, and we've had amazing results with vaccines throughout history. We should push to be able to vaccinate as many things as possible. And I think messaging like, if you question the science, you're questioning Anthony Fauci. If you question Anthony Fauci, you're questioning the science. Or we already know that these are safe long-term, 100% positive. We know that as the public messaging. I think in the long run will contribute to more people.
What was the latter bit there?
That we know they're safe long-term, like over the next 5-10 years. I'm not saying they're not. What I'm saying is that messaging, you can't know that. You literally cannot know that. So don't say that.
I mean, I think the messaging was just that there's no evidence to suggest that they're going to be damaging long-term. I don't know if I ever saw anyone saying like, yeah, guaranteed safe forever.
I did, and I'm not going to be able to dig through CNN clips and Fauci clips and whatever. But if we're both just saying what we saw, I promise you I saw that on a regular basis early on.
I think that there was a lot of defending mRNA vaccines long-term. Because early on in the pandemic, a lot of people were attacking mRNA vaccines specifically because it's a new method of developing vaccines. So I think there was an argument that mRNA vaccines are definitely safe long-term. There's nothing magical about that production process that means that over time it'll be more damaging to your health. But as for the COVID vaccine itself, I mean, obviously we don't even really fully know the long-term effects of COVID because
I agree, but that's the thing. The messaging on that is correct. We don't know the long-term effects of it, but the messaging, and you can disagree with me all you want, but the messaging I saw quite a bit, especially early on in the vaccine push, was these are safe long-term. We know that 100%, and they can't. They just literally can't. And so
you also said that the messaging was saying they were 100% effective, which I know isn't true. So I don't know if I can trust your memory on what messaging they were using.
I mean, the only way we would settle on this if we started digging through clips and stuff, which I don't think either of us want to do. We can, but just the confidence in the statements, not from scientists. If you listen to actual virologists and stuff talk, they're much more careful. But and again, I couldn't find too much from you early on, but from people in your position, large subscriber bases, mainstream media, the White House press secretary, places like that where they're not virologists either, the confidence with which they said things over and over and over again and then had to change the messaging, I think was long-term a negative thing. Like the example I can use is like my father, who is not, he's conservative, but he's not an insane conservative. And I pushed pretty hard for him to get vaccinated when they came out. And I've spoken to him recently, and the kind of stuff I'm talking about has entirely pushed him into regretting getting that. He's 65 years old. I'm very glad he got it. But now he regrets getting it, and that's conservatives are just as responsible for that. But
well, they're entirely responsible for that, because the
They're not
only
entirely
reason he could be
responsible.
led to that position would be if he was lied to. There's nothing has happened on the part of Fauci or the CDC or the pharmaceutical companies that would lead a person to regret getting the COVID-19 vaccine. Nothing. No information has come out. Nothing truthful that would make one regret their decision there. Only lies could.
sure, but what I'm saying is the other side of this has done themselves no favors, because it's easy to find someone saying something in a position of power that's really fucking stupid. And it's really easy to find people like you criticizing anybody who's concerned about it like they're an idiot or conservative.
Well,
And that's not a way to bring someone to your side.
okay, I understand that to an extent, but the problem is I don't think it's possible to reach these people. Have you seen what the anti-vax, like, hysteria on the right looks like? Logical arguments aren't really up for grabs here. It is impossible for there to be a pandemic where there isn't, like, a flurry of confusion and, like, statements change and science changes and our understanding updates, because it's not science that we're really following when we listen to Fauci, right? It's scientific policy, and policy is political, and political, like, transcriptions of scientific knowledge always carry a kind of, like, cost-benefit analysis associated, right? So, like, for example, we can say, hey, the COVID vaccine is safe, which it is, but it's not perfectly safe, right? The COVID vaccine does have side effects. It's just the side effects are a lot less significant and less likely to appear than the effects of getting COVID. So it's like, you can't have a scientific official go up and say, like, hey, research has shown that there is a 95 plus or minus 0.3% chance that the symptoms you receive from a COVID vaccine over a 2-week period will be less severe and less numerous than that which you get. Like, instantly, like, the public is gone. So you have to use statements that carry as much meaningful truth as possible, you know, in ways that people actually, like, get them. And I think, like, overwhelmingly, like, overwhelmingly, the messaging was consistent and good from our policymakers, from people like Dr. Fauci. And it's just been nothing but vitriol and lies from the right. And in an environment like that, there's just, I don't think it's possible to get everyone without, like, state force, which I'm willing to enact for something like this. Though at this point,
And that was another question that I never really got your answer on that. What's your threshold for state force in something like this? If we have a bad flu season, do we do this?
Yeah, if it was like some really, really bad flu season that could have, like, contaminated the planet, then yeah. Thankfully,
We've had flu seasons where 60,000 people have died.
yeah, but COVID killed far more people than that, and
Sure, so,
infected.
but where's the line then?
Well, we just know that the flu isn't that serious of a condition. I mean, it's serious, but it's not as serious as COVID. It's not, like, considered a pandemic. We have flu seasons, but COVID is now this permanent, ongoing, maybe, like, irremovable force.
No, it's for sure. It's an endemic now. It's probably not even a pandemic anymore. It's here.
Yeah, but it's
Right.
it's not like I've never gotten the flu in my life, but everyone can get COVID if they're just a little bit unlucky going outside. It's like still, and it seems like it's always going to be that way. People are still getting sick, like, all the time everywhere. Not as much as we used to, admittedly. You know, we have vaccines, but it's like, it's a pretty big problem. At this point, I don't think there's a point in, like, state enforced mandates or lockdowns, because it seems like the way COVID has evolved means those wouldn't be that effective. But earlier on in COVID's life cycle, it seemed for a time like there could have been some value in trying to, like, nix it completely. And I think that would have been worth pursuing.
Did any country successfully do that? Anybody?
No,
With the measures in
it
place?
wouldn't have worked, but I still think we should have done it, because we have to follow, like, we have to follow the process, not the results. In retrospect, we know what the results were, but at the time, process-wise, there was a chance, it seemed, based on the evidence we had, that we could have eliminated it. And I mean, obviously it didn't work out that way, but
Okay, so again, that's part of what I'm concerned with all this is if there's a new respiratory virus tomorrow in Chile or in France, do we do the same things?
sure, yeah. Hopefully we do a better job this time. One of the
But they
big
didn't
problems
work.
too is we,
Even
like,
countries that locked down hard didn't pull it off. And if we're still having 400 deaths a day, why are we not advocating for a bunch of this stuff still? What's the difference?
Because the way COVID has mutated makes it seem as though those things wouldn't be effective. The modern strains of COVID, if I understand correctly, are like very viral and less severe on average. We've also gotten a lot better with COVID vaccine accessibility. We're a little bit better at knowing how to treat it. We have a better distribution of ventilators so that hospitals can better like take care of big waves of people. It's not that the disease has gone away. It's just like the conditions have changed to the point where it's no longer possible or desirable to bring about like those effects. But if some big new pandemic disease came along that was like really dangerous and it seemed like it could be cut out entirely, then I would say, yeah, go for it. There were countries that had very, very low death counts, like New Zealand, because they were effective at shutting things down. Of course, New Zealand's a lot smaller than the US, but we're also a lot wealthier than they are. So I think something better could have been done.
Sure, but if you're going to use smaller countries that did things differently, Sweden did things differently than we did, and their death rates were relatively low for Europe.
Well, sure, yeah. I mean, there's a number of ways you can address this.
But you would have advocated for lockdowns, and they didn't do that over there. They did social distancing, encouraged, but nothing was enforced.
Well, yeah. So why not force it and make it better?
Because I don't think force is ever an acceptable. Like government force is almost never acceptable. Like that, and I think it ends up backfiring in the long run. I think you're going to have a bunch of people that are not going to get their kids the childhood vaccine schedule that would have done before. I think you've got a lot of people who don't trust the medical system anymore. I think you've got a lot of people who don't trust the government anymore.
You shouldn't trust the government, but not for these reasons. And for people who don't trust the medical system, they're just kind of retarded. They're wrong on this. Trust me, if we let all of our public policy be dictated by the paranoia of the stupidest subsection of the population, we would have all fucking died by now. If we following like the Spanish flu, if we were like, okay, well, we have our science, but we need to like tailor our public policy so that the most lunatic, like revengist Christians in the United States get their way, like we would all be dead. So we need to persist in spite of some people, unfortunately.
Well, that's kind of what I mean. That's what I have a problem, man. You're putting everybody who disagrees with you on this in the box of conservative, Christian, whatever. First of all, there's a large contingent of hippy-dippy left-wing people who are anti-vax as well and super anti-science. Like, that's not a small population of left-wing people who are in a very similar camp.
People on the left retarded. I mean, I'm not biased in that respect, right?
I mean, a little bit. That's okay. We agree on conservatives being super dumb. Like, that's not a point of contention. But think like, okay, you've kind of brushed past this. I've tried to say it a couple times. You don't think if you question Anthony Fauci, you're questioning science was terrible messaging and something that Fox News can play over and over and over and over again to make people feel concerned?
Well, it's true. He was our scientific advocate on this issue. He was the guy, and people were questioning science and continue to all the time. Like that's true though. Masks do reduce the likelihood of spreading the disease. The vaccine does help and isn't changing your DNA or hurting you. Like, it sounds arrogant, but like that's literally the man's job, right? Like he's literally the guy, or I guess like was. I mean, he's probably not going to preside over another pandemic because he's a million years old, but like that is his job. This is the one thing that he's supposed to do. And he did it, and he didn't do perfectly, but overwhelmingly, like, yeah, questioning him is questioning the science. I mean, is it
absurd to me, man? Yeah, it seems absurd.
Well, how?
Like,
He's a scientist.
Would you? Sure, but there was plenty of scientists, and you're going to say they're crackpots, but there was plenty of scientists that disagreed with him at varying levels of this, whether it was on the lab leak, whether it was on masks, whether it was on vaccines, whether it was on lockdowns, whether it was on the virality of the Omicron variant versus the Delta variant. Like, well, people disagreed with him regularly that were scientists.
Yeah, that's how science works. It's a collaborative process. It's a discourse. There will always be people who disagree. There are even like climate scientists who disagree on climate change. They're dumb, but they exist, right? Like, it doesn't change the fact that, overwhelmingly you still have to arrive at a consensus, especially if you're trying to enforce policy. I mean, if you want to do policy, you can't do this like, well, people are, up in the air on it, because people are up in the air on everything. People still debate evolution, right? Like you have to settle on the most probable set of solutions, and you have to stick to it, because otherwise you can't get anything done.
Sure, but I would say that the best policy for all of this would have been get as much good information out there as you can. Do not over exaggerate. Do not mandate fucking anything, because especially in this country that doesn't work. of all countries in the world, we're the least likely to tolerate that. You know that's true.
How do you know the mandate didn't work? What if a lot of
'Cause you
people
just
got
said-
the vaccine so they could keep their jobs?
I mean, I did, right?
Hey, look at that.
Yeah, and I'm very unhappy about that. Not because I got it, but I don't like being forced into medical procedures. And I guess something you still haven't answered for me.
That's okay if
what
you're
other
mad.
what other context would you be okay with that? Where's your threshold for forcing things like this? What are you okay with? What are you not okay with?
I'm okay with the exercise of state power to protect public health. Obviously, there has to be a line. Like, I wouldn't advocate like deploying paratroopers to like quickly black bag a elementary schooler who sneezed on a public water fountain. I mean, obviously, at a point we're kind of, not actually doing anything good. But when it comes to like massive, unprecedented pandemics that sweep the world in seemingly no time at all, I mean, yeah, I think you can go pretty hard with the protections there. And I have like very little sympathy for the anti-vaxxers because I mean, I kind of hate them. Like borderline, like I don't even care like how they end up health-wise after the end of the pandemic because they're kind of like evolutionary dredges, in a system where as much truth, like never before has information been as readily available, right? Like you don't have to trust Fauci. If you want to, you can go actually doing research on this stuff. While the specific process for the preparation of COVID-19, like mRNA vaccines from Pfizer or whatever, you can't just like recreate or test that, of course. But in terms of the availability of scientific data, we're swamped with it. But it seems like so many of the people who say like, well, I don't trust the vaccine, do your own research. The research they mean is like Joe Rogan episodes. And like they hold us all back. And they do. Not just if they're like choosing to worsen their own health, but they worsen the health of the people around them. They hurt the economy. They they make going outside not fun anymore. Like legit. I'm sure a lot of people, maybe you felt this way. You've been in Florida, I'm sorry. Or a lot of people in chat as well. But like you can feel it when you go to a venue that has a lot of like maskless, chud-looking dudes. You know for a fact most of them haven't been vaxxed, and your likelihood of getting sick there is a lot higher. Me when I go to the gun range. And like, fuck these people. Like, get the fucking vaccine. You haven't been told by your doctor you're going to get an adverse reaction to the vaccine. You don't see your doctor. Fuck you. Get the fucking vaccine. It's free. It's a medical miracle. I hate them. I do. And that's why I want the state to black bag them.
Okay. But you still haven't answered my question. Where's your threshold with this stuff being acceptable, right? So COVID, sure. But where do you take this power away from the state? When does it become unacceptable? Is it 10% less? Is it 5% less? Is it 50% less?
I mean, I think if something is being declared medically to be a pandemic, I feel like that's a good line to draw. When it comes to the extent of like the state power that you would throw out there. I don't know like what exactly like I don't know what exact level of mandate I think is acceptable. I don't think it's possible to draw a hard line like where should you think the taxes would be exactly? 30%? Well, okay, what about 30.2%? I mean, I don't know. I can ballpark it. I think we could have gone a lot harder. I don't think we should have gone as hard as China. I think that China did a lot of damage with the approach they took. I think that it is acceptable for us to strongly encourage people to get vaccinated and to limit the extent of public mobility significantly if it means quelling transmission of the virus.
Okay, what about Australia? Was that an acceptable level?
What'd they do there?
Well, they're really hard border lockdowns, but the thing I had a problem with the most was the showing up at people's houses and taking them to fucking camps. Yeah, they might have had food and been treated okay, but in a free democratic country, you should never be picking people up and taking them to camps. It's not an acceptable thing to do.
Australia police arrest quarantine escapees. The trio fled to a remote camp inside Australia's COVID internment camp. Let me see. From WRAL. Let's check that out. Australian quarantine facility is not a concentration camp. Thank you for letting me know.
Not
Not an internment camp. Okay. When asked for clarification, Johnson's office told a Milwaukee Journal Sentinel reporter he was referring to a COVID-19 quarantine site in Australia that requires residents returning from international travel to stay for. Oh wait, this is that like buffer thing where if you come back from international travel, you have to like stay in a hotel for 2 weeks.
I'm not talking about the hotel ones. I'm talking about the like white buildings. Border enforcement's one thing, but I'm talking about like, hey, you had contact tracing. You're going to go to this little white building and you're going to stay inside or on the patio of it for 2 weeks, and you have no choice in the matter.
And this was just anyone who got sick?
I mean, I don't think it was anyone. I think they obviously missed people. I think it was contract tracing. Let me find it here.
Okay, because I'm seeing large quarantine villages specifically for international travel. I'm not seeing any of them for just people having COVID. I'm trying to see. I'm seeing stuff from China, and I know China does have extremely stringent COVID quarantine facility procedures. Human rights: Australian women kept in COVID camp. Okay, hold on. Human rights in Australia are being brought to the forefront again after a young Australian woman was taken from her family home. Oh, here we go. Okay, this has to refer to the thing you're talking about. By police to a COVID internment camp. Casino bus. Is that ever even? Wait, only to find herself isolated and locked in a COVID internment camp without even having the virus. Why? What source is this? Charity Today.
That sounds super reputable.
Yeah. I feel like I would need to. Okay, yeah. It says right here, Australia's quarantine facilities are for travelers, not for isolating unvaccinated people. Was this because, okay, did she come back from international travel and then head back to her home? Wait. She said
it all began. I'm reading the same article you are, yeah. She recounts how investigators came to her home shortly after, having run the number plate on her scooter to identify her as a close contact. So it's contact tracing.
Test me for COVID. What's happened? No, wait. I don't believe this. So by contact tracing, they mean like kidnapping her and putting her in a camp, like you were near a person who got COVID. There has to be another reason.
It doesn't have to be, man. I mean, it could be bullshit, but I remember quite a few videos during the time, like 2020, early 2021, of people in those facilities without the right to leave, which I don't like it for travel. Like, I'm still against that as well, but it's a little more justifiable from travel. And if it's the hotels, whatever, but
I think it's just fine for travel. Like the process of like checking and detaining travelers to your country during times of sickness is literally the oldest form of quarantine we have, I think. Like that shit was being done back during like the Black Plague. Inside Australia's COVID internment camp, this also, so that one source, this was also this one woman. I think this story right here is bullshit. 2 million views. This is like the perfect fake story. Or maybe it was like a clerical error or something like that. But policy-wise, it seems like these facilities were built for people who just came back from international travel, which seems fine to me.
I guess. I don't know. Maybe. Regardless, I guess, so China, no. Travel camps, fine. America locked down harder, kind of your position, yeah?
Yeah, if a person travels internationally, I don't think there's anything wrong with putting them in containment for like a week or something to see if they get sick. Or, you know, I mean, if you're trying to keep sick people from entering the country and immediately coughing on everyone, that seems like pretty okay.
Okay, I guess generally my entire problem with a lot of this stuff is I don't like ever giving the government power to restrict this kind of freedom and saying things like, well, we did it in the Black Plague, historical examples of quarantine. Like, it might be good to do now, but saying we've done this for hundreds of years isn't exactly a good argument for why we should continue to do something.
Well, we do it because it's effective, right? Like, the reason we want to prevent people from other countries from entering with their sickness is because that's literally, like, the main way you keep sickness from spreading in your country. We already have systems for control and processing at our borders because that's the nature of the nation state. So as long as we have those checkpoints, it seems worthwhile to like use those as natural barriers for the disease. I mean, this is why what's Plague Inc. is so difficult with Madagascar, right? Because once a country closes off its airports and its docks, it's really difficult to get the disease in, you know?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, hold on one second here. Yeah. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is I understand the thought process behind like lockdowns and mandates and all of those things and et cetera. They don't appear to have worked very well, and I don't love giving the authority to a government that proves repeatedly that it can't like be trusted with increased power. The justification to do that again, and the what we're talking about earlier, Fauci is the science, that wasn't a bad thing. I'm not talking about crackpot kooks. You can find scientists who disagreed with him on all sorts of things. But
like
if it was against CDC,
okay,
but hold on. But if it was against CDC policy, or if it was against NIH, then you got a little thing on your YouTube, on your Instagram that says this person's full of shit. And we're not talking about a Joe Rogan episode. We're talking about like, hey, here's this scientist at Stanford that isn't super fond of the mRNA vaccines, or here's a scientist at Johns Hopkins that doesn't like the mask mandates.
Okay, wait, you're doing the thing right now. So yeah, a lot of these people really were full of shit. And you weren't flagged on YouTube for being critical of the mask mandates. It was specifically COVID disinfo. So lying about the vaccine or about the disease itself. Critiques of policy were not getting people flagged. Everyone who mentioned COVID-19 was getting the little blurb underneath their YouTube video, but that was because YouTube wanted to attach like a little nugget of truth just in case the video was stupid bullshit. But like in terms of the COVID-19 like censorship disinfo shit, that wasn't just anyone who questioned the narrative or whatever. That was about people who were lying. And like you say, like the mRNA vaccine, who's questioning the mRNA vaccine? Are you talking about that one guy who said that he was critical in its production process from like 20 years ago, and it turns out he was completely full of shit? Or are we talking about like Brett Weinstein, who was saying that he's like?
No, are you talking about what's his name, Malone? I think.
It's fine. There were like 50 million people who made their careers lying about COVID. You know, there were.
What I'm saying is like, the point I'm making isn't about any specific doctor. I'm just saying.
But then, like, who was unfairly shafted? Because I'm okay with these people getting smacked down. Like, they're literally killing people. Like, they're going on and they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars to tell their audience of retards, like, yeah, don't wear masks and don't get the vaccines. And they're killing people. As far as I'm concerned, they're murdering them. Morally, I don't hold them any less accountable than if they'd shot them themselves. They're making money off killing people, lying deliberately. A lot of them deliberately lying. They're right-wing propagandists. They're not all like that person who used to work like for Greenpeace or whatever, who now spends his time lying about climate change. Like, they know they're lying. They're making money off of it. So I don't care. Like,
I have no idea who you're talking about.
Sorry, there's a lot of like lying fake scientists. So I don't care if YouTube smacks them down, right? Like. And then people are like, oh, well, couldn't YouTube smack anyone down? Well, first of all, yes, it's their website. They can with their TOS policy. But also, this is a pretty unprecedented thing. It's like, it's a massive pandemic. And then you have this like cottage industry of grifters who spring up to start lying, very obviously lying about COVID. Like, doesn't something have to be done about that? Literally, like, I'm not a free speech extremist here. If the consequence of free speech, in this case meaning YouTube not having a terms of service agreement, but if the consequence of free speech means like hundreds of thousands more people die and the pandemic ravages unchecked, then like, fuck it, dude. Yeah, okay. In the same way that, like, you know, we don't have free speech protections for people who engage in harassment or death threats. Technically, death threats are speech, but we decided they're not free speech because the consequences of letting people just running around making death threats was a lot worse than the consequences of the state not protecting that behavior.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if we're going to agree on like the level to which free speech is, but I mean,
do you think people should be able to like willy-nilly death threat? I mean, isn't it probably a good... Yeah, but that is the state censoring. Like you can be arrested for that. Like, you can go to jail for years and years and years because you said.
And I think threats of violence are pretty much my threshold on speech. Like, yeah, there's a lot of dumb shit people say, but there's a lot of like take COVID out of it. There's been a lot of scientific advancement from people who have been outside of the mainstream on whatever was the hegemonic view in the scientific community. And if they had the ability to shut those people up, we wouldn't have gotten along.
No. That's bullshit. We're not talking
bullshit.
about scientific critique of the mainstream through rigorous research. We're talking about YouTubers making a living, going on podcasts to lie, provably lie, about an existing and medically necessary scientific, like, no, you can't group all these people in together. You can't do this like, well, the Catholic Church wanted to kill Galileo in response to like Joe Rogan and Brett Weinstein jerking themselves off over ivermectin. You can't, we have to distinguish between useful speech and not useful speech in this context, because otherwise curtailing any of it is seen as an attack against all of it, when in reality, the only reason the messaging from the CDC changed is because scientific inquiry is still alive and well. When you complain about Fauci changing his messaging, but what you're looking at is a process of scientific discovery and correction that's been going on for years now. It's not like scientists who work for like Pfizer who come out with studies are being like censored because it contradicts the narrative. Like on the back end of things, the real scientists are still doing lots of work. The problem is like on the front end of things, a lot of people are making a lot of money. So that's a really good way of separating them, okay? Real scientists do not make extra sources of income from their like political podcasts or like Substacks. That's not really a thing. People who actually advance their fields in like virology or biology or whatever are in that grind set shit. They're not media trained. They are not like public facing, we're going to unveil the truth, whatever. And they certainly don't talk about like the results of their ongoing research. They just do their research, publish it. It's slow, it's frustrating, but they're busy, Sorry, I'm like totally rambling right now, but like it's just
you're okay.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. Something has to be done about that, because like obviously if we let all information run through the exact same filter and the bullshit and the real info is held to the same standard, we get the problem we have right now, which is not everyone fucking vaccinated.
Yeah, I mean, I do take your point on that. Like, I understand where you're coming from. I have a hard time with any like the way it appeared to someone who's not in policy or in science from the outside, and someone who's not anti-science or conservative or whatever, is just anything that contradicted any part of the policy was shut down immediately. You couldn't question it. And that's what started my email to you in the first place, was the lab leak shit. And they handled that terribly. And it seems to be that it's most likely that it's from the lab, right? And
I mean,
you're going to do the
FBI
I never saw any
said
of this thing, but
the
we
FBI
can find
said,
articles of the lab leak's a dangerous conspiracy theory.
Well, it is.
Go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, something can be true, but initially still be a dangerous conspiracy theory. Like, whether or not something is a conspiracy theory has more to do with the information you use to arrive at that conclusion than it does the actual veracity of the statement. Sometimes total bullshit guesses end up being true. So I still think it's important to critical the conspiracy theory for the same reason you want to promote scientific inquiry. You have to filter good info from the bad. A classified report that we don't have access to, which has been read by the FBI, has led them to say with low confidence that it was probably a lab leak. They may or may not be.
FBI's moderate confidence. The Department of Energy, or
sorry,
FBI
Department of
moderate,
Energy's low confidence. Yeah, the FBI's moderate.
Yeah.
Whether or not it ends up being true will be interesting in terms of future policy, but it doesn't really bear much fruit when it comes to like getting vaccinated or how to deal with COVID. It's more of a like.
That's my whole point of why I emailed you. Like, the messaging on it was either conspiracy theory or you're a racist, and Trump didn't help with that. I'm not. To be very clear, I'm not. Trump was a fucking idiot about all of this shit. But by dismissing it out of hand, Fauci dismissing it out of hand, calling it conspiracy theory, all of the media calling it conspiracy theory, racist. And then now we're having the FBI saying moderate confidence. And if it comes out that it gets high confidence or proven, all of those people that you don't think exist on the fence about a lot of this stuff are going to get pushed the other way, because it was so vitriolic about anybody who brought that up at any point.
Well, to be fair, most of the time when people brought it up, it either was racist or conspiratorial in a way that is unproven. Like the idea that it was a bioweapon or deliberately leaked by China. Still commonly held conservative positions. And what's more, like at the time, there was no reason to believe that. The only evidence for the claim was like the disease started in China and there was a lab in China, question mark. They did research on novel coronavirus, which plenty of labs do around the world. You know, we have to be careful with the processes here. I guess what I'm wondering is like, what do you think Fauci should have said? Like, if there was no real evidence for that claim to begin with, should he have like shrugged and been like, anything's possible? Like how?
Well, have you seen what he's doing now? Have you seen like his recent CNN interview or
No, I
anything
didn't
like
see
that?
his recent interview.
The gist of it was basically, I'm open to anything. It seems like the evidence is moving that direction, but it could still be a natural origin. I'd like to see the evidence, basically.
Isn't that
was
like
the gist of the messaging?
Isn't that a very science-based answer?
Yeah, and that should have been his answer in 2020.
But then you would say that about everything. Like somebody might say, hey, did you know mRNA vaccines change your DNA? And he would be like, I don't believe that's true, but I'll wait to see the evidence. Like I think it's okay.
No, that's not a fair comparison. As you've stated in this conversation, mRNA vaccines have a better track record prior to 2020 of the research into the development of them. So Fauci, as the head of the NIH and in the field for a long time, had pretty good evidence to make an assumption that, hey, these are going to be safe and effective. Correct?
What about the claim that it was a bioweapon? Like should he have been like, well, could be, could not be, you know?
No, because I mean, he has access to the high levels of government, right? So we have pretty good intelligence. I've heard you talk about this in the context of the Chinese spy balloon. Hold on. I've heard you talk about this in the context of the Chinese spy balloon. We're all spying at each other at all times. If something like a bioweapon release was getting planned by the CCP, we might have some chatter on that, right? And something he would have some access to.
He's not necessarily cleared for top secret intel or like anything national security briefing related, outside of course the you know, the overseeing of the pandemic as it exists. But even then, like,
do you think he got no information from intelligence agencies on the origins early on? Like, hey, there's some chatter in China in September, November of a respiratory virus going around Wuhan. Do you think he didn't hear anything about that?
I mean,
especially since
he would get info on the disease. I don't think they would go to him like giving him odds on the idea that it was a deliberate bioweapons leak.
Okay, so maybe he's not the person to do the messaging on that. Maybe someone from the DoD or the Pentagon comes out and says, "Hey, we have zero intelligence on this." But they wouldn't have. Fauci would be the one to talk about the possibilities of a lab leak once they found the furin cleavage site, the S1, S2 receptor, and the proposal from the Wuhan Institute of Virology in 2019 that for basically a similar experiment to do a furin cleavage site between the S1 and 2 receptors in a bat coronavirus. Like he had that information. And he would, and that he'd be the person to do the messaging on that.
Yeah, but I mean, there's research on the novel coronavirus going on all over the place. So I don't know if it's necessarily like it follows that because research like that was being done, it thus means that there needs to have been a lab leak. But I still feel so a lot of but I want to ask because like we're talking about public messaging here, right? Like so one thing that would be his domain of expertise would be asking, hey, was this deliberately engineered by humans? And was this made to be a weapon to hurt humans? Now, personally, I think that's bullshit. I don't think that's true at all. Even if you believe it's a lab leak and you made the argument that it was a product of gain-of-function research, that gain-of-function research can be done for reasons that aren't bioweapon. In fact, overwhelmingly, that's why they're done, to learn more about the disease. So if somebody asks,
if I'm not making this clear, I don't think it's a bioweapon, and I don't think it was intentionally released or like made to hurt humans. I think they were doing research into, I think it was gain-of-function-esque, or if they want to call it, what was the other word, chimera research, or whatever, the 4 or 5 different things they've called
it. But if somebody asked him, like, was this manufactured to hurt people, do you think he should have said that's a conspiracy theory? Or do you think he should have said, like, I don't know, like, we'll have to see where the research goes? Because I think it's important for people like Dr. Fauci, who are the avatars of this messaging, to not, like, wish-wash on questions that are so leading and so conspiracy-driven, like whether or not there's a lab leak when there wasn't really any evidence to support that case. It's like, okay, well, some people are saying
you
it's
can
a
make
lab
the same
leak.
argument for zoonotic. There wasn't good evidence for that either, and there still isn't.
For what?
A zoonotic transfer from animals.
Well, that was speculative. I don't think people were like, I don't think there was much like weight on the assumption of like, oh, well, where did this come from? Ah, well, here's a place it could have come from, you know. But there's
first
much
it was
more
bats,
weight.
and then it was pangolins, then it was ferrets, then it was. They speculated as much as they wanted on zoonotic release, but they weren't allowed to speculate on a lab leak of an accidental release, which we know happens.
Can you understand why there would be a difference in terms of the responsibility of open speculation between which animal species it might have come from and whether or not the Chinese government's irresponsible behavior directly led to the world's greatest pandemic of the past century? Like, maybe idle speculation on the latter might be a bit more irresponsible than the former?
Maybe, but the research into prevention and the likely evolution of the disease, if it is been, what's the right word? If I say engineer, I'm going to sound like a crazy person who thinks it's a bioweapon, but if it has been worked with in a lab to increase its virality in humans, and that's going to affect the way that it mutates, that would be a good thing to look into early on as you're developing vaccines, as you're developing public policy, all of that. That would be important to look into early. No?
Well, how do you look into that? We aren't privy to what the Wuhan labs like day by day cleanup and processing procedures are like.
Well, I'm pretty sure what is it? Trump had a team that was set to go over there in 2020 and he couldn't pull it off because he's an idiot.
Oh,
right?
well, the Chinese government would have, if they knew they were responsible, they would have cleared that shit up the day of. Like, the COVID got out months before 2020. They would have immediately cleaned the lab. We will never find direct evidence of like any like somebody saying like, oh yeah, well, I forgot to wash my hands after this, or I don't even know how a lab leak would happen because I know these labs are supposed to be like very secure. But if there was a fuck up, like people will be disappeared by the CCP before they give any info to America, like how that happened.
Well, I think they have been. I think there's a decent number of scientists in jail right now over shit like this, over questioning the CCP line on it. But it would be very beneficial.
Not coming forward with evidence of a lab leak, because if they'd done that, they wouldn't have been arrested. They would have like fallen off a rooftop.
Maybe, and we don't. I mean, I think we can both agree we don't have any good information out of China or the CCP on any of this.
Well, we never will. So I guess what I'm wondering is what the fuck is that report they're saying they read that is still classified?
Well, this is the thing. We would have if China was confident in zoonotic transfer, they would be telling everyone, right? If they had evidence of that, they haven't shown any evidence. They've been saying it's likely, but they have zero evidence, so they can't prove it. If they had any sort of even high-level circumstantial evidence, it would be all over the place, but it's not.
But how do you prove it? There's no way to find the first animal who transmitted it to humans. That's not really.
We did it with SARS and MERS.
Yeah, but we can't do that here. That's not a guaranteed process. China is huge. Like it's one animal out of millions in a city or a wet market. I mean, sometimes we can, but not always.
Likely, from what I've seen of the bat populations in China, the populations are pretty set in their flight patterns and where they're at. And they're not the bat that they have been speculating. I think. Don't hold me to this. I don't want to sound like I'm fucking 100% confident in this, but from what I understand, there's not a bunch of bat caves near Wuhan. It's a few hundred miles away, and that's where they originally speculated that bat would have been from, that general region, right? And they haven't found anything there.
By the time you decide on like a zoonotic like explanation, bat caves have hundreds of thousands, sometimes millions of individual bats. They can fly to other areas. Like the idea that you would be able to reliably track down the starting animal, I don't think is very sound. But we do know that bat population possessed rapidly mutating iterations of the coronavirus that we got infected with, and that with very minor permutations of that COVID strain, it can infect humans, because that's what the research found at the Wuhan lab. So if anything, two bats could have, like, I don't know, COVID fucked, and then one of them just died over a wet meat market, and then that was that, you know? Like, how would we ever even know that the disease was lab made? The things you do in a lab to alter the COVID virus in that one paper they were doing, in the research they were doing, is also something that can happen in the wild.
Right. But from what I understand, and again, very clear, not a virologist, not a scientist. So this is just how I'm receiving it. And that's why this concerns me, because the way I'm receiving messaging is like, I watched the whole hearing, what's that former CDC guy, Robert Redfield, and a few other people. The nature guy was a little out of his mind, but the other three seemed pretty reputable people in their fields. And his assessment early on was that it was a lab leak, right? So where's that messaging? So you've got someone who's running the CDC.
Well, based on
telling
what
Fauci,
evidence?
I have to pull up his fucking
Well, yeah, because
testimony again.
ultimately, I don't think we're ever going to have a guaranteed answer to this, because there's no way to the only thing that could permanently settle this, and I mean permanently, would be some definitive evidence, like a surveillance tape or a confession. I mean, something that proved that there was a breach in lab containment protocol at the Wuhan lab at around the time or shortly before the virus got out. And I don't think we'd ever see that, because the Chinese government would never let that blame be pinned on it. So I really want to know what's in the classified article that the FBI saw recently, because I don't know what they could get at. The COVID strain, we know that they can naturally evolve to be infectious to humans. So there's nothing in the COVID strain that would suggest artificial tampering that couldn't be done naturally. I don't know what. I have no idea. I genuinely don't. I'm not baiting or leading anything. I don't know how you could ever prove it one way or another.
From my understanding, just from listening to that testimony today, was that the furin cleavage site where it's at is strange. It's not typically, like, that is very unlikely for that to happen naturally. Have you seen evidence to the contrary of that, for that specific thing?
I can't provide contrary evidence to that claim. I know that we're talking about like millions of bats, and that unlikely things are likely to happen given enough permutations of an incident, right? Like,
right, but if your argument for why Fauci had to vehemently oppose this early on is for clear public messaging, and it would have been irresponsible for him to say that, like, that seems silly. If
no,
your argument is,
I don't think that any public official should be even entertaining the idea unless it's like proven, because the whole like COVID lab leak thing isn't an apolitical theory. It's being pushed mostly by far right nuts to gin up like anti-China war sentiment. People who are saying that like Fauci collaborated with the CCP to unleash a bioweapon to weaken American manufacturing. Like the problem is, like, all of this is so politically weighted that I feel like you need to meet a really high standard of proof before you can even entertain this stuff.
Yeah, but if you go really hard against it, and then 3 years later it comes out that likely you helped fund it, even if that was an acceptable way to do funding. I watched you go through that the other day. Like, even if that's all on the up and up about how they funded that lab through EcoHealth Alliance or whatever it was, his avoidance of those questions, his insistence that it could not be a lab leak, and then flipping 3 years later, that is going to contribute to messaging, and it's going to contribute to people in the center, which do exist, that are vaccine hesitant, or it's going to reduce trust if it comes out that that's the most likely option. And if all he had to do was just entertain the possibility early on and not be so insanely opposed to it, especially when there's a likelihood he was at least semi-tied to that lab, even if it's all fine, even if it's all reasonable reasons he's tied to that lab, it's easy to weaponize.
Yeah, just keep in mind there also would have been consequences to him being asked if it was a lab leak and him going like, I don't know. Like, that also would have had massive... So, like, we're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. The best example that I can think of here, like, the best thing that I can think of is, like, I don't know. I'm going to try to think of, like, a ridiculous example here that's still spicy because it's me, okay? Let's say, like, that there's a right-wing conspiracy theory right after 9/11, that right before the towers fell, a guy left. And their evidence for this is that, like, there's kind of a blurry photo of somebody leaving one of the towers, and he looks kind of like, I don't know, he looks kind of like sneaky. And then the conspiracy is like, this guy's a Jew, and he left because he, as a Jewish person, knew about the towers falling beforehand. This isn't an exaggeration, by the way. The dancing Israelis thing is still, like, a really big, like, far-right talking point, even though it's completely retarded. Now imagine this gets like really popular, and to the point where like some people, like New York officials, even like nationals, like, how do you feel about this man leaving? How do you feel about the claim this man was a Jew and he was informed by blah? And like a politician in this position obviously would have to be like, what the fuck are you talking about? No, like, stop this conspiracy bullshit. Anti-Semitism has no place in the world today. This is unacceptable. And then imagine like a while later, through some like bizarro investigation shit, it was found out unbelievably that the guy's last name was Goldstein. It doesn't, he didn't do anything. He literally just left the building at a lucky time. That was it. He just left. He just lucked out and didn't die that day. But it turns out his name was Goldstein. And now instantly it's like, interest. Everyone's like holding up the microphone. They're like, hey, how do you feel about the fact that it's been proven that that man was, and it's like, and the problem is there was actually no right answer there from the public officials, because the right thing to do from the beginning was to denounce it as an insane conspiracy theory. And the right thing now is to go like, well, okay, I mean, I guess he's Jewish, but that doesn't prove the rest of it. You know what I mean? It's not... in situations where people are, like developing conspiratorial logic. You know what I mean, though, right? Like, you understand what I'm getting at, right?
Yeah, no, I do. But you're acting like the only people who were saying the lab leak was Brett Weinstein, Joe Rogan, and Robert Malone. But it was Robert Redfield who was the director of the CDC. Like, and there was other scientists saying that.
Well, he went back on what he said, though.
He went back on what he said during, what, the hearing 2 days ago?
No. Like earlier on, right? Was it a different guy who speculated on the lab leak thing, and then 4 days later during a press conference he said no? Or people were upset that internal documentation showed he had concerns with Fauci, but then publicly he denied it.
Yeah, that's a different guy. That's,
okay. Sorry, then I mixed them up. Yeah.
No, but I know what you're talking about, and that's again another part of this is like, hey, you have people internally.
Yeah, internal doubts, public confidence. That's like a normal thing.
But did they not think any of this was going to come out, and they were going to get raked over the coals for your own guys? Or
it's a normal thing. This is what I mean. Like, you keep saying, "Hey, didn't you know?" Well, hey, didn't you know there's a possibility that guy would be found to be named Goldstein? Like, there's no right answer here. If you don't denounce the conspiracy to begin with, you give them a ton of fuel. And then if it turns out through sheer happenstance, an element of the conspiracy ends up being true, and it's like, well, pretty suspicious, you denied it. Well, yeah, there was an evidentiary standard that wasn't met to begin with, you know?
Right, but they clearly didn't take the wind out of that conspiracy theory. They only fueled it, and this is fueling it more. And the left and the science community could have taken the narrative away from the conservatives and said, hey, there's no way this is a fucking bioweapon. You guys are being ridiculous, like always. But it is possible that this could be a lab leak. It's something we should investigate, especially for policy moving forward on how exactly we treat this. Because if we find out that it is a lab leak and it's been engineered, there might be different ways to treat it. Like, I don't know. Again, not a biologist, but
I guess. But then I feel like people would just be like settling on the bioweapon thing. To most conservatives, the lab leak and bioweapon thing are like the same thing. Because they don't really believe it's a lab leak. They think it was a weapon constructed by China that was released experimentally there and then not experimentally here, you know?
Right, but weren't you saying earlier there's 24% of the country that's just unreachable and you don't give a shit about them?
Well, I want them to be healthy and get vaccinated, but like, fuck, they're really making it difficult to care about their feelings on this issue.
Well, hold on. That's not my point. But you said that. There's a certain percentage, and that's not small, unfortunately, that's just unreachable, right?
I mean, yeah, on this issue, it seems so.
Okay, but there's probably an equally large size that could have gone either way on this, and could go either way on how they treat public health policy going forward. And if this continues to be, we were justified in everything we did, we didn't make any mistakes, everything we said was 100% correct, even when we changed it, they're going to lose that percentage of people. And I'm talking about just normal fucking people, man, the people I interact with every day at work, like, just not crazy conservatives, just
I don't think
normal fucking people
would refrain from getting the COVID vaccine because they think Dr. Fauci has secret ties to China that made him lie about the threat of a lab leak. This isn't like normal people stuff. This is Fox News stuff.
I do think, okay, I do want to discuss you because I watch, sorry for the divergence, but I watch you quite a bit and get a lot of good shit out of you. Do you think sometimes you tend to be in a bubble from where you live and where you grew up?
No, well, I'm about to accuse you of that because what you're talking about is the bubble stuff. This is like Fox News bubble stuff. The vast majority of Americans do not care about any of this Wuhan lab leak bullshit. I don't hear about it. I am, as we all are to an extent, in a bubble for sure. But when I hear about lab leaks or COVID stuff or the vaccine stuff, it is always from the right, never from the left. Because the left, this is a settled issue. On the left, it's like, yeah, COVID sucks, get the vaccine, try not to vomit on people's faces and get them sick. And on the right, every time you look at COVID stuff, it's like step 87 of Fauci's plan to Chinify America. And it's like, holy shit, maybe that is normal to some groups of people. And like, but if that's the case, anyone in that deep, I don't think Fauci's messaging would have changed things. It's not like Fox News would have thrown their hands up and gone, well, we're abandoning this culture war discourse that we've spent the past several years, like committing to. Because Dr. Fauci was slightly more ambivalent on the veracity of our conspiracy theory than he was otherwise. Like, I don't know how you can reach these people. They're fucking crazy.
Well, but this thing I understand what you're saying, but I've spent over the last 3 years, just by circumstance, I was in Southwest Florida, which, if you know anything about that area, is about as deep red as it can get anymore. They fucking love DeSantis. Like, there was a grocery store by my house that used to have an 18-wheeler covered in Donald Trump, like a wrap every day. Like it's an insane place, right?
Oh yeah.
But then I've lived in Kansas City in that time, and I've lived in Denver in that time, which are all three of those places are wildly different, right? And I'm a pretty social person. I spend a lot of time around a lot of different kinds of people. I work in a conservative industry, but I hang out in a very leftist environment personally. This isn't just a right-wing concern anymore. And people like my mother, who I convinced to get vaccinated, she's not political. She's just like a 60-year-old lady. You know what I mean? But she's weird about it. And her friends who are same as her, they're getting
what
weird
is
about
the
it.
relationship between the lab leak idea and the vaccine?
For me, it's not one of these individual things. I'm talking about collectively. Like the assertion you make that it's insane and that the only people who could get wrapped up in this are too far gone, and the only people who could have any reasonable questioning of this are crazy on the right, yada yada yada. Like, that's not the case, man. And like my mom, who checks into the news once a week, remembers, oh, Trump said some racist shit about China in the lab, and then a couple years later, she sees, oh, they're having hearings about the lab leak. That's weird, right? And like, I know it's anecdotal, but like, I think you're underestimating the middle section of people.
But the point I'm trying to make is that this middle section is unreachable anyway, because what we're looking at, like the number I'm looking at here is vaccine numbers. How many people are vaccinated? But there's no relationship between one's opinion on the veracity of the vaccine, or like the effectiveness of the vaccine, and the COVID lab leak theory that isn't connected by disinfo right-wing bullshit. There's no connection between these things at all. And that, like, to me, a person not getting the vaccine is proof that they cannot be reached through rational means. They are disconnected from all that. I don't think Fauci changing his messaging on the lab leak earlier, or on him, like with the masks and stuff, I don't think it would change any of it, because we're talking about like galactic mountains of bullshit that are stacked on top of it. For every one legitimate mistake made, 1,000 imaginary ones have been made. And like, in this environment, what I'm more concerned about really is just like destroying the right-wing disinfo apparatuses that led them to feel that way, because that would be a far more effective way. If you really want to change people's minds on the vaccine, don't think of better ways to strategize stuff from the government. Think of ways to pull them away from Fox News. Like, the more you can separate them from the disinfo sources that they're connected to, the more likely they are to have a correct answer.
Okay, so along those lines, fine, I'll accept that. That's what your goal, right? So I watched the clip you have where you go over Sanjay Gupta and Rogan, and you basically spent the majority of the time laughing at Rogan for being upset about the ivermectin thing and saying, good, I'm glad CNN called it a horse dewormer, which the argument I'm making is, what's his listener base, like 11 million, 12 million per episode, something like that? Like, crazy? Do you think you're going to get any of those people to come along when he can show that they tinted his video to make him look sicker and they call it a horse dewormer, and then he can go on there and Sanjay Gupta can stumble over his words saying, I don't know why they lied? Like, do you think laughing at him and calling anybody who listens to that show an idiot is going to bring any of them around? It's 11 million people.
I don't know how, on this issue, I don't know how I would bring people around other than making fun of them. I guess I'm bringing other people around when I do that. I don't know how else I'd bring them around. I could lie to them. That might work. But I don't want to do that. So,
well, it's such a large population.
Well, then how would I do it?
You could hey, ivermectin has been proven at this point to not work, but calling it a horse
I've
dewormer is
already
fucking
lost
silly.
them. Already lost them. It's gone. They already don't give a shit about what I have to say. They're fully committed to ivermectin's miraculous healing properties. It's already lost. I'm being lynched
How
as
do
we
you
speak.
think? How do you think? I would assume your audience is what? You're like 430,000 subscribers at this point.
Yeah, thereabouts.
I would assume your audience, because this is how I found you, didn't get there through leftist direction. I got to you through Tim Pool, right? Like I was trying to figure out my politics and all that, and like what I believed in, because I spent most of my early 20s not giving a shit, and I started to give a shit. So I was trying to figure out where to get good information from. And I work 10 hours a day and fucking have a life, and I'm not going to read 20 books a week. I'm just not going to do that. So I trial and error worked my way to better information over time, right? But I've listened to a lot of Joe Rogan. I used to listen to Tim Pool. I didn't like Tim Pool that much, but that's how I found you. And you brought me over on a bunch of issues, right? Because I'm still finding my way politically. I still don't know everything that I believe.
And to be fair, when I was on Tim Pool, I was making an effort to be appealing to his audience. And if I went on Joe Rogan, I probably wouldn't just make fun of him for being short and dumb. But
how are you ever going to get on? Like, okay, I don't know how much. Have you ever listened to a full Rogan episode or like anything like that?
God, no.
Okay, so here's someone like you as you grow, just because I've listened to him since I was like 15, right? And like, yeah, he says a bunch of dumb shit sometimes, but also he has comedians on and scientists on and cool people on sometimes. So like, I don't think his show is without value, right? Someone like you is someone who could end up in his radar. Look at Kyle Kowalski, who I think you disagree with a lot, but you respect, right?
Yeah, I respect him.
Okay. Someone like you could probably end up on a show like that, his show or a similar show in the next couple of years because you're getting large enough and you make very good points and you make dumb people look silly on a pretty regular basis. And if there's a scenario similar to the COVID pandemic that's important, you could give out messaging to his audience like you did on Tim Pool, but you'll never get there by shitting on him and his entire audience and calling him a grifter, which he's a lot of things and says a lot of dumb shit.
It did work with Tim, to be fair. It's not like I was very nice to him before I came on.
Yeah, but Tim's a different...
Yes, Tim's a different beast. I agree. No, I don't disagree on that issue. I guess the problem that I have is that I hate the people who lie about COVID. I hate them very much.
But I guess this would be my question.
No, you don't understand. I really hate them.
Okay,
Joe Rogan in particular, I hate because he lied a lot.
Do you think he's lying or do you think he's wrong?
No, he's lying. At the beginning of the pandemic, and this came from people around him, he was really paranoid. He would have his assistants wipe everything down with alcohol, like between every guest. Yeah. He was really, really careful. And then he would go live and he would make fun of people for taking it too seriously. He'd make fun of people for wearing masks. He would like play down the severity of the thing. And that really fucking bugs me, especially because I know why he was paranoid. It's because he's a steroids user. And steroids can overtax a lot of the same organs that COVID ends up fucking over. And I know for a fact that in his head, he's thinking, well, shit, I actually do have pre-existing conditions. I get to be careful. But for other people, like maybe they're taking it a bit too seriously. And that attitude is really pervasive in right-wing media when it comes to the callous disregard of other people's circumstance. My abortion is okay, but all of theirs are sinful, you know? My government bailout is okay, but all of theirs are greedy. That shit really bugs me. And he did it so callously and so overtly. And for a guy who comes off as so sincere, too. Like, he's not like a pundit, you know? Like, he comes across like the kind of person who would be just sort of like a monkey honest, you know, but it was such a dumb thing.
Out of curiosity, and but you might be right. Do you have a source on that he was doing that?
I would have to look it up. It was like from someone near him, and then I think like 2 other people validated it. It's like Joe Rogan paranoid COVID. I don't know. I haven't seen this source in a long time. It would take me a while.
Because the reason I'm asking is because I was listening to him a lot in that time period, right? And so early on, he had on somebody from the CDC. I forget his name, but he had on somebody from the CDC, and was taking it really seriously. And then his position seemed to evolve over time. And you've made fun. I've heard you make fun of him for this. He listens to whatever the person in front of him is saying, right? So I don't know if, and maybe you're right. Maybe he was doing that shit, and I've got a bad read on him. But with an audience base that large and someone who seems sincere at least, and if that's a real source that you can find, or I'll look for it later, that would suck. But for your messaging to bring over the largest audience in media, that's not the way to do it.
I don't know how you could bring over that audience on that issue. I have not really seen a successful approach on dealing with like the COVID skeptic types to bring them over.
Josh Zepps did a pretty good job on his show. Do you remember all those clips of everybody making fun of him when he had Josh on?
I don't remember who that is.
He's an Australian political pundit. Whatever. Joe was bringing up some stuff about
Joe Rogan.
myocarditis in young boys, and Zepps had a bunch of studies, and then everybody clipped it and made fun of Rogan for 2 weeks.
Joe Rogan admits broadcaster Josh Zepps made him look dumb during vaccine debate. Yeah, I think I remember this.
Yeah, so like his audience is not unpliable to that kind of thing. I don't think.
Well, okay, but did it change their behavior? That I don't know. I've noticed this is a trend with people like Joe Rogan as well, where because it's mostly a personality cult, like they're there because Joe Rogan is like the funny haha guy, and he has people on, but like it's framed around Joe Rogan's interviewing talents, which he has plenty of, and his kind of like buffoonish charm. And like him getting, I feel like oftentimes when he says something dumb, it's like people like laughing at him, even from his audience. But I don't know if that like, I mean,
well, okay.
Did that change the equation there? Because he'll just say anything, right? Like
maybe, but like just as a separate example from COVID, but like what would you assume Joe Rogan's audience's opinion in general, like the average would be on like Israel or war stuff?
War stuff. Probably pretty non-interventionist, probably pretty isolationist.
Okay. Because when I started listening to him, I was probably fucking 16 and grew up in Kansas and did no goddamn thing. And my first exposure to Israel being bad and they're like all the Palestinian shit was Abby Martin. And I would have never found that person otherwise, right? I might have learned that 5-6 years later. I wouldn't have known anything about Israel or their policies or how fucked up it is, right? But he had on a super leftist anti-war person. But I don't know, when you call, I don't know, maybe that shit's true, but ask Kyle Kalinske. You guys talk regularly, see what he thinks. Because I think calling that big of an audience, that it is a cult of personality that loves him and gets a lot of their information from their grifters, but sometimes they find their way to you, is not a productive way to do that, because you're going to turn off people immediately. And that audience is not super partisan either direction. They're pretty pliable in the middle people.
Well, they're pliable on some stuff. One thing that they're not pliable on is like institutional trust. Joe Rogan audiences are pretty pliable in a lot of issues, but it's really difficult to burn out of them this like reflexive, dumb distrust for people in power telling them what to do, which unfortunately is kind of the situation here, because we're talking about Dr. Fauci, right? I don't think you could get I think I could convince a Joe Rogan viewer to be pro or anti-Israel, pro or anti-BLM, pro or anti-transgender people or whatever. I don't know if I could get them to trust like the US government on healthcare policy. I feel like I'd have a harder time convincing a Joe Rogan fan to be in favor of like welfare state tax rates than I would like convincing them that Jews did 9/11. I have no idea. They have a bias towards conspiracism and believing the last thing they heard, which is fitting given what they're watching. I don't disagree with your broader point. I agree that, okay, being fully charitable, I agree that oftentimes my belief that a lot of these COVID skeptic types can't be reached has led me to be kind of willfully unproductive on their issues. Like I recently, just the other day, had on a transphobe who's like one of those trans kids will not be trans if you don't groom them into staying trans kind of types. Used to work.
Unless this was the Daily Wire person, I don't know if I saw that.
The Daily Wire person, yeah, the Daily Wire lady.
Okay, yeah.
And I was perfectly capable of being conciliatory with her, at least in the sense that I could try to structure my arguments in a way that would work with her. But I don't know how to do it with COVID skeptic people.
Sure, but I just think you're wrong. Like I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way you read her during that interview was, hey, some of this stuff with the diagnoses is pretty personal to her. And if I attack her really hard on the transphobic shit, she's going to shut down, and this isn't going to be a productive conversation. She doesn't seem like someone who's willing to argue heavily or stream or go back and forth. And the only way to get anything positive out of this, especially since she's in the news so heavily for publicly leaving the Daily Wire for their messaging on transgenderism policy, even though she's not the best on it, it would be a bad strategy to berate her for being an idiot. Am I wrong about that?
Yeah, if I was just directly talking to her, berating her for being an idiot would be a pretty dumb idea. If I was watching content of her, so it's different. If I went on Joe Rogan's podcast, I wouldn't just berate him for being an idiot unless things went really badly. Watching him, I'm more willing to do that. I don't even berate Tim Pool for being an idiot when I'm talking to him directly, because when you're talking to them directly, you have their audience and there's like a more direct back and forth. If a person's saying something really dumb in like a pre-recorded video that you're responding to, you can't keep them from saying the dumb things. You can only react to it. Whereas you can say, well, what do you mean by that when you're talking to them in person? So the strategies differ there. But it's just that I've just never had any luck with the COVID skeptic stuff. It's just been such an information black hole. I honestly kind of hate covering anything COVID related because I felt like for a long time, it's the one issue on this channel where I will never make another fan. Like I'll never convince anyone of a position they didn't hold beforehand. The most I can do is give new arguments to people who already agreed with me.
Yes, but I think it's probably the thing you and I disagree on the most. And I've become a bigger fan of you over time over the last few years.
But I haven't moved you
Right.
on this position. It's other positions, maybe, that you came over on, right?
Over is probably the wrong word, and more informed.
Yeah.
Over a little bit on certain things, but more informed. I'm still, like, I think the biggest disagreement we would have on almost anything is just the level of authority we're comfortable with the government. And that would probably be the biggest, like, and this is kind of where this comes from. That would probably be our biggest disagreement on anything, really. I don't know why. I don't know where you get your faith in those institutions. I know where you get your faith in science. I just don't know where you get your faith in those institutions to use that shit responsibly, because a lot of your other positions don't seem to line up with you trusting them on shit.
Sure. Okay. I'll let you know. It's not faith. It's critical analysis. So the state benefits from the health of the population. No government in all of human history has benefited from plague within its borders. There's a lot of like sci-fi dystopia, skepticism on the idea that, well, maybe one day the deliberate release of a pandemic, like that's a plot in Deus Ex. But in reality, it never actually pans out that way, because as much social control as you may be able to exert in the United States off of like disease prevention as a pretext, and so far for that one, right? Like China did, sure, but they were already a dictatorship. In the United States, we got like a couple months of like spurious lockdowns in some states. The government clearly did not use this as an opportunity to exert total federal control. They said the same stuff about like FEMA camps, back when Hurricane Katrina hit, and obviously nothing came of that either. What were you saying? Well,
along those lines of, obviously they didn't do anything near what China did. Do you think they would have enforced the vaccine passports if they could have gotten away with it? Because they were never going to, but it seemed like there was a hard push to get that done federally. Am I wrong?
I wouldn't be necessarily opposed to it. I mean, I'm kind of okay with the idea of mandatory voting. So the idea of mandatory vaccines, we already do this sort of, right? Like we already do this with like the polio vaccine. Your kids can't go to school unless they take it. That's a good thing. So it seems like that would just be adding the COVID vaccine in line with pre-existing vaccines. The only issue, of course, is that you only have to take like a set number of polio vaccines or whatever, whereas with COVID-19, it's an ongoing pandemic and the strains are still evolving. There's not a new form of polio, right? Like it's polio. Whereas, COVID-19 10 years from now, there might be a totally separate set of policies. So it's kind of hard to enforce anything universal like that. There are risks of government overreach, but the thing is, like, all the overreach there is being done in the name of genuinely trying to curtail the virus, right?
Okay, not all of it, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. Some of the easiest to cherry pick, and I am saying cherry pick clips, are like them arresting a solo paddle boarder in California. That's insane. Or Gavin Newsom going to the French Laundry without a mask and being outside your COVID policy.
Well,
or filling in the skate parks, or Newsom at the French Laundry, or the British prime minister having a party during COVID. Rules for thee, not for me. That kind of shit.
Wait. If they broke the rules on the like which areas are closed off, then that is still legislation that is being made with the intent of like the government isn't like expanding an authoritarian agenda by keeping people from going to skate parks. The government doesn't become more powerful when it does that. It doesn't enhance its ability to oversee our lives. All it does is cost the government money. The government loses money. The more lockdown goes on, the less economic activity takes place. I don't think any government does this stuff like out of like haha, you know, like the more we control them, the stronger we get. In reality, it's the opposite. The Chinese government right now is the weakest it's been in decades, since Deng at least, because like there's so much instability with COVID and people fucking hated the zero COVID policy, and now people just get dumped on the streets and COVID is running rampant. Like there's, you know, even in a totalitarian country, like there's still no benefit to weaponizing a pandemic against your own population. It just doesn't work. It's bad business. Literally, like it shuts everything down.
Do you think, let's say 3 years from now, in COVID's calmed down or the variants got it to a place where it's no longer super, whatever happens, right? It's just less dangerous in 3 years. Do you think the CCP is going to relinquish new surveillance measures they put in for it, new phone apps? Do you think they're going to relinquish any of that, or do you think they're going to keep it?
Well, they'll take any chance they can get to up their surveillance. But one, they were doing that before COVID. Like that.
Right, but you don't think we would do the same here? I mean, we still have the Patriot Act, right?
Yeah, but that wasn't COVID.
No, but what I'm saying is that was supposed to be a temporary measure to protect American citizens.
Yeah, but
right?
I'm not defending the expansion of a surveillance state. I'm just talking about COVID lockdown stuff. If
right, but would you have advocated for vaccine passports like the Cell app on your phone in New York?
During an ongoing pandemic, yeah, I think I'm okay with that, because the end goal of that, the end status of that is just like you have to be vaccinated.
All right, but how do you, now that's implemented, that's a policy the government can enforce. Do you think it's ever going away? Do you think they might expand it like they've expanded the Patriot Act?
So
do you actually trust the federal government to not do shitty things with that?
The problem that I have with this is that this is ultimately like an argument against all forms of federal or state power, which I don't agree with. I think the state can do a lot of good, because state oppression is not the only oppression you're capable of experiencing. There's corporate oppression, sure, but there's also natural oppression. And natural oppression would be like an inability to access the basic stuff that you need to live. The availability of water and food freely is a freedom from natural tyranny. You know, like you can dump a person out in the middle of the woods with no clothing, no food, no water, free from the law, and they are free in a legalistic sense, but they will be dead soon. So they weren't free from other things. The government can protect us from natural inequality, natural oppression, one of which being pandemic. So I'm willing to accept some concessions when it comes to federal power if it protects us from other kinds of unfreedom. Now, obviously, like what's acceptable there has to be done kind of on a case by case. Like, okay, does this actually help with the pandemic? Like, is this dangerous in the long term? I would not accept the government expanding this like massive surveillance policy if they were like, haha, yeah, this will fix COVID or whatever. But I just don't think that's what we've seen. The federal government here in the United States is weak and impotent. It can't get anything done. The closest thing we have right now to the expansion of a security apparatus to detain the population or like keep them under control is happening right now in Florida under DeSantis, where he's arresting reporters who speak out against him. His legislators are saying that bloggers and reporters who write on DeSantis have to be registered with the state, where he's putting like Disneyland under state control because he doesn't like how Disney like questioned him on the Don't Say Gay bill. Like that right there, those are examples of a state legitimately expanding their power. And I care about those things. I just don't want the pandemic to happen forever, you know?
Well, I guess what's frustrating for me is you gotta understand, part of the reason I left Florida was because of things like that. I liked where I lived, but that place was becoming insane, right? It wasn't the only motivating factor, but it didn't hurt. It didn't keep me there at all. You seem okay. Like we both agree on the DeSantis shit. It's fucking terrible. Mm-hmm. But I don't know if you would be okay Like, I think you would be making an opposite argument if this was something that you didn't agree. It seems like you're only okay with this level of authority from the federal government because it's something you agree with.
Well,
Like,
yeah, I'm okay with things if I agree with them generally.
no, sorry, I'm not saying this very well. I worry about any sort of power given to the federal government that you wouldn't want to apply in the opposite direction if you didn't agree with it, I guess.
Yeah, well, it's, there's a lot of nuance to the expansion of powers like stuff. I mean, for example, like taxes, right? I support the existence of taxes. I want taxes to be higher than they are now. But at the same time, I recognize that overwhelmingly tax dollars go towards stuff that I disagree with. I disagree with the management of basically every element of our state expenditure. And I disagree, like, in totality with, like, the military expenses, police department, all that crap. But I still advocate for taxes because I think they're necessary. They also free us from natural inequality, if used well. So it's just a matter of, like, how this is applied. But in practice, we must accept that the COVID lockdowns did not actually lead to an expansion of federal power, nor did any of the FEMA, like, emergency relief stuff after Katrina, or any of the stuff that, like, people tend to fearmonger over. Because the real increase in federal power, oversight, and surveillance, generally speaking, not stuff conservatives care about, because they're usually the ones doing it. The Patriot Act was bipartisan, but up to this point now, still maybe disproportionately toted by Actually, no, fuck, man, that might be fully bipartisan. At the very least, the DeSantis stuff is purely partisan.
Yeah, but, like, okay, the Patriot Act's a great example. You don't think the left has gotten really bad on war these days, like, from where they used to be? I mean, not the left.
I think they need to be more
Democrats.
More pro-war, if anything. Well, what do you mean?
Pro-war, which war? I know you're pro-Ukraine, but, like, Yemen, like the vote on Syria this last week. I mean, just pretty much military intervention in any way that has never gone well for us.
Well, military intervention does go well for us sometimes, but yeah, I mean, I think that the Democrats and the Republicans are broadly pro-intervention. I mean, the only people who aren't are, like, the hardliner left and right sides, who are more isolationist. I don't think that that's really changed, though. I mean, the support for the Iraq War was basically just total back when it started, right?
Right, but are you not surprised? What was it, 200 something to 100 to continue funding in Syria for that war? Bernie Sanders of all people crushed the Yemen bill with because Biden promised him he would work on it.
Well, it doesn't surprise me that much. I mean, it seems like a continuation of existing policy. Biden has dropped drone strikes quite a bit since his term began, though, so there has been an improvement.
Yeah, sure. I guess it's. I don't see that as a good enough improvement, right? Like, Trump didn't start any new wars, but he wasn't good on military intervention, right? There wasn't any new specific, like, adding troops anywhere, but he was still dropping insane amounts of drone bombs. He's not better because he didn't start a new war.
Yeah, but I'm not defending, like, liberal Democrats here or anything. Obviously the United States has a lot of bad geopolitical stuff. But of what relevance is that to the left? Like, the left tends to vote against this stuff,
I honestly lost track of how we got there, to be honest with you. It was probably something along the lines of you being comfortable with the government, like, exercising its authority and not overdoing it on COVID policy. I don't know how exactly we got to war shit. I apologize.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think I can see some good arguments on continuing to maintain U.S. troop presence in Syria. After all, like, Rojava is there, and we could potentially, like, protect the Kurds because our presence there makes it less likely that Turkey engages in, like, a full-on invasion to their south. There might potentially be some benefit in maintaining our presence there. I don't know.
When have we effectively protected the Kurds and actually honored our promises to them? Ever?
Well, I mean, our presence in Syria is basically the only reason Rojava was able to sustain itself, has been able to sustain itself for as long as it has, right? It's
right. But do you think if it becomes economically disadvantaged or geopolitically disadvantaged, do you not think we'll throw the Kurds in the trash can just like we do every time?
Well, we did with Trump. Yeah, he ordered a pullout from Syria, and kind of throw them to the wolves there. But yeah, no, I'm not saying we're good allies to the Kurds, but we are allies to them, and hopefully our presence there could do some good or help secure some kind of long-standing presence that Turkey can't actually interfere with after we leave. The stuff in Syria is complicated. We do a lot of bad stuff like abroad. The Syria situation is really, really, really complicated. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. The Yemen's the one I care about the most, honestly.
Yeah, that's probably good.
We could end that to a point. I mean, we could stop providing tires for the jets and shut that down entirely, but we don't. And I still don't know how we got here. Kind of lost the plot a little bit, but I don't know, man. I guess I think the messaging you're pushing a lot of people away. You could bring in, and I think I'm a pretty good example of that on a lot of things. And I think the discussions I've had with people in my life that have gotten them vaccinated or gotten them to at least take it more seriously, get my 65-year-old father to take vitamin D and exercise and go out in the sun.
And get his bivalent booster. We all got to be responsible now.
Yeah, he's not doing that at this point.
I don't know.
And that's what I'm saying. He has lost the ability to listen to me on anything like this.
Maybe you should show him this stream. Maybe that'll be enough to get him over.
Oh God, I think.
I agree. I think it would be a good idea.
Okay, I'll try. I'll see if he can do it next time he turns off Fox News. But I actually asked, because I knew this was happening, and I actually asked him about it. Like, why have you moved from happy to get it to I'm not getting any boosters and I regret taking it? And yeah, it's too much conservative media, but Fauci and Leanna Wen and they've given right-wing media too many wins to work with that are easily like manipulable, and they don't have really like Fauci doesn't have a leg to stand on how hard he pushed against the lab leak, especially now. Like it just doesn't, and that's okay. I understood your argument for why you think he did that, but I think it was a silly strategy, and I think yelling and screaming at anybody who doesn't agree with you on this is a good way to.
Well, I don't think Fauci has yelled at or screamed at anybody on the subject.
I don't know. The him and the Rand Paul hearings were pretty like disrespectful from both ends.
Well, yeah, he was being asked some pretty fucking dumb questions in the Rand Paul hearing. I would also be disrespectful if Rand Paul deigned to talk to me. If my holy presence was besmirched with the presence of Rand fucking Paul, I would also be pretty, ornery about it.
Right, but this is what I mean. You don't think about your priors. Of course you would. You don't respect that person in any way. But Fauci doesn't get that luxury. He's a public health message. Like you said, he is the guy doing public health messaging. He has to be better than you and I.
He's not a politician. He's like a 95-year-old scientist. I guess.
Yeah, and he's been in politics for what, 40 years? He didn't like. This
is definitely the most political scrutiny he's ever been under. He's like a million years old. He spent his entire life researching this stuff, and policy adjacent to it.
You think this is that much different than the AIDS stuff when there was people in the streets with Fauci pinatas?
Then the what?
That he was part of public health policy during the AIDS crisis, and there was lots of like.
Yeah, but wait, okay, I could be totally misremembering, but I feel like his presence there got heavily de-emphasized, right? Largely because Reagan had the CDC not even comment on it. So like afterward, I think a lot of his presence there was like the Reaganites just wanted the CDC to shut the fuck up, and Fauci was seen potentially as a kind of icon of heroism or of assistance to a lot of gay people or HIV stricken people. But I don't know how much political scrutiny he got. I could be wrong on this because I don't actually know that much about what happened after the Reagan administration opened up more research on HIV and what the fallout was from taking it more seriously. I could look into that. I might be wrong. I admit that I could be totally wrong on this. I don't know much about the after.
I'm not. Oh, that's what it was. It was AZT. Fauci was he pushed AZT a lot. That was it.
I'll look more into it.
All I'm saying is it's not like this was his first rodeo. Is what I'm saying. He's been in that position for a long time. He's had to go through public health crises before. So giving him it was a tough one. That's not good enough. for someone in that position. They have to be
okay,
held to a
but
higher standard.
I just think it's important to understand that when you have people like Rand Paul fielding these questions, it like everything is fucked to begin with, right? Like Rand Paul, like all conservatives, are bad faith interlocutors on this issue. You know, they are literally paid. They have to form lockstep with the party on this issue. And in this environment, like, I feel like a degree of blame can be alleviated just for the fact that Rand Paul was such a fucking cunt during that conversation.
Right, but this is what I'm saying. You're taking your priors from this and applying it to how you react. And like, I would assume your chat is and most of the people in your audience are similar. We're like, of course, fuck that guy. But like, most people aren't political or they're conservative. Like, I've heard you say this 100 times. The left isn't that big. The real left, the one you care about, not that big a group of people, right? So they don't receive that interaction the same way that you do. They see a public health official yelling at a senator, and that's not. If you're,
I feel like that's a very selective way of framing the clash between them.
Well, no, but it goes the same way with, like, Rand Paul didn't look good in that interaction. They both looked like fucking children, and this is what I'm saying. Like, it's when the arguments of CNN or Fauci or whatever is not, hey, we understand how you got here. Let me explain how you're wrong. But haha, silly bitch taking horse dewormer, or fuck Rand Paul. It's not good messaging. It's not helping anybody. It's not getting anybody.
Okay.
The people who laugh with you on fuck Rand Paul already agree with you.
Okay, the problem that I have here is that I feel like that the level of scrutiny first of all, I don't know why we're talking about like Fauci's perfection when I'm not arguing that he's perfect. The problem here is that no pandemic response will ever meet the standards being set here. It's completely skewed. You have an insane far-right disinfo propaganda machine that lies about everything and has like multi-billion-dollar media structures capable of regurgitating those lies to a massive audience. And then it's like, okay, now handle a record pandemic, the largest in a century. Good luck. And if you ever say anything, if you say something truthful, they'll say you're lying. If you say something untruthful, they'll say you're lying. If you change your mind on anything because the information has changed, they will talk about it for years. If you ever raise your voice even a little bit, like that'll be, it's like if your 95-year-old national hero, like virologist guy, like gets a little testy while being asked a bevel of bad faith questions from a propagandist, then we'll remember that. And it's like, okay, well, nothing will ever meet this standard. I agree that it would be perfect if we were perfect, but in the environment we're in right now, like, if Fauci had been perfect and like super responsive and calm during that conversation with Rand Paul, the far right would still have everyone believing that, Rand lied about his connections with China and he's trying to cover up for the bioweapon he helped engineer. I just don't think there's a way around this outside of the abolition of the conservative media to begin with. Like that's the thing I want to focus on, because I genuinely do not know how much of a margin we're fighting over here, right? I don't know who the guy is who consumes far-right propaganda 24/7, but then saw Fauci be okay one time. And then he was like, okay,
Right, but I'm not talking about the consumes Fox News and OAN all day person. Like, that's not, I think we've both kind of gotten to a point where we agree, like, there is a section of the population that's not reachable. I think you just really underestimate the section that is reachable.
I don't think the censor cares about this.
Okay. I mean, we're not gonna. We just don't agree on that, and that's okay. I just think if someone stumbles into your content and this is something they care about, and they look up anything COVID Bosch, all it is.
But like, what would I say to convince them?
I don't know. The way you've spoken to me in this entire conversation, all very good. There's stuff I want to look into now. You know what I mean? But you don't speak like that to when you're just talking about COVID. You just talk like everybody who doesn't agree with you on this issue is a fucking idiot, and that's not true.
But I've been saying that here too, and you aren't going to change your mind after this convo. So I can't move people over. It's like talking about abortion, right? I'll never bring somebody over talking about abortion. People have very strong feelings on it, and it's just not. It's not something Empirics weighs in on. the vaccine stuff, it is an empirics based thing, unlike the abortion stuff. But it's just people have, I don't know. Yeah, okay. I'm sorry.
No,
I don't mean to be specific. It's just we've been talking about this for 2 hours, and I feel like my long-suffering community could probably benefit from a nice, relaxing being told that I'm ending stream early. So I have to go and do that to their disappointment.
that's okay. I genuinely appreciate your time. Seriously.
No, I genuinely I enjoyed the conversation very much. I really did.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Hope the cat's doing better, and have a good night.
Yeah, get your bivalent booster for your dad. Okay.
Okay. Okay. I'll do my best.
Do it in his sleep.
Okay. Thanks, man.
Be well. Fuck, I enjoyed that conversation, but I really don't think I'll ever be able to move anyone over on this issue. I don't know what to do. I can't put myself in the mindset. I can put myself in the mindset of somebody who thinks abortion is murder. I disagree, but it's an axiomatic, like, it's a normative thing. It's well, okay, it's define personhood. Okay, I understand. I disagree, but I understand. But I don't with the vaccine stuff. It's like, I guess. The problem is that dude is too dense. No, I'm not talking about that dude. It's not that guy. That guy got the COVID vaccine. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is the people who won't get the COVID vaccine. Because past a point, we're just talking about like anti-empiricism. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. It could just be I'm like totally fucking wrong on this. A bunch of people were able to get a ton of support. Fuck, no, man. A ton of people made their careers being vaccine deniers. Who made their career being an anti-vaccine denier? There's got to be somebody, right? I think that's it. A lot of people, like literally hundreds of people, became prominent media personalities because they were opposing the vaccine stuff, opposing the COVID narrative, being conspiratorial. But who made their career on the other side of things? Somebody who was unknown but rose up because they were so effectively promoting vaccines and Fauci and stuff. I don't know if anyone did. I don't know if there's a market in that. God, that's so fucking annoying. Anti-conspiracy content, it will never be as popular as conspiracy content because people who are susceptible to conspiracies can be roped in and made like really loyal viewers. See Jimmy Dore exploding when he became anti-vax. But anti-conspiracism doesn't have that much of a market outside of the broader, like, debate smart guy market, you know? But, like, there's not a market of people looking for content to disprove conspiracies in the same way that there is the other side of things. And people who are looking to disprove conspiracies already don't believe in the conspiracies. Nobody's out there looking for debunks of anti-vax info who isn't already not anti-vax. There's no, like, all those people, all they're looking for are better arguments to support their pre-existing position. You're not changing anyone's mind. Ugh. Thunderfoot does good science debunk stuff. Check up on Danil. Hello, Danil. How are we doing? We being sleepy? We sleepy? Sleepy. Show the baby. Nah, he's feeling sick. He should rest. Fuck. God damn it. I know why I'm tired, and it's because I didn't take Adderall today because the Adderall shortage thing happened again. Still? Yes, still. Michael Knowles' TikTok reaction video defending trad wives. You know what? That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to end on. We're going to end on everyone's favorite content, okay? Which is watching genocidal monsters react to TikTok videos to defend trad wives. Okay, hold on. So
a specter is haunting.
I don't get to the TikToks. I don't like Michael Knowles at all. Hello, you're TikTok. Okay, we're okay. All right. So we're bathing babies. We're also defending trad wives. Okay.
It's giving blood and soil. Like, you know? Like, is it from the Nazi Women's Magazine? Or is it from 2022 TikTok? Like, I just can't tell. Who knows? I just think that if I was part of a movement
Why are we talking like this?
that had a lot of crossover with fascists and neo-Nazis and Nazi culture, I would probably make sure that my propaganda for my lifestyle did not, like, emulate the 1920s and 30s. Do you know, like, what I mean?
Man, I hate her voice so much that I think I'm going to take Michael Knowles' side in this one. Hold on.
Just how I do stuff, though, you know.
So right now,
Same editor as Ben Shapiro. I feel it.
you're a single guy. You got to pick one of those two women to be your wife. Who do you pick? I'm not even
Oh, there was a first woman? Maybe I shouldn't have skipped ahead. Who was the first woman? I'm sorry.
Take it away.
That's it. That was okay. There we go. That was it. We did it. Okay. That was it. Okay.
You pick. I'm not even saying based on looks. Obviously, the trad wife looked very, very pretty, and the other woman possibly could be pretty, but she was not trying to make herself look very pretty.
But she's stinky. You can see from the
other woman.
You can see from the stink lines. And also the pigeons fell down. I like how Michael Knowles, like, because the editor is the one who does over this. So I like how Michael Knowles is like, I'm not saying she's unattractive. She just wasn't really, like, super done up at the moment. And the editor is like, okay, hold on.
And possibly could be pretty, but she was not trying to make herself look very pretty.
It's like, choose a tone.
And she was trying to make herself seem,
you know, apathetic and speaking in that way that millennials do in the vocal fry, which is just an expression of apathy because you're not even putting your breath underneath your voice.
That was not a millennial. I'm pretty sure that was a Zoomer, and it was a Valley Girl accent, not... Okay.
And it's
there's the trad wife all happy, baking a pie or whatever she's doing, dolled up, looking good. And then her argument...
Oh, I saw that one. This one had the Twitter video where they were like, I am canceled for liking to cook for my husband. And then it turns out that she's like been on news articles. I defy modern society by cooking for my husband. And what she does is she makes porn. Not the kind of porn that you jerk it to, but this is porn. She wears revealing clothing that she frames from the camera perspective at breast height, and she does 2-minute TikTok videos, and it's all like guys are supposed to watch this and drool over it. It's porn. It's softcore trad wife porn. That's what it is. It's tradcore porn. Trad porn, porn. That's what it is. It's called pinup. In a way, I think it's a little more grotesque than pinup. Pinup art is self-aware. If it's like painted on the side of a World War II fighter plane, and it's a lady in like, I don't know, a bomber jacket, let's like zipped open so her like cleavage is showing or whatever. Like, that's great. Godspeed. But there's something really insidious about trying to sell a lifestyle of chastity, modesty, and traditional gender roles with videos of a big honkin' tittied girl in like huggable, revealing clothing, filming at breast height. I don't have an issue with it. I think it's the dissonance between the way it's deliberately framed and set up, and you know she's thinking of it too. It's not just incidentally she has large boobs. She's like, okay, what clothing will I wear to really show these puppies off? And then she puts out the video, and it's like a defense of traditional. No, it's not. Go back to the 1920s and wear a shirt like that. You're kidding me? You're putting out this social media for a bunch of boys to look at? What are you doing? Go to your husband and beat yourself? Whatever trad wives do. I don't know.
Looking good. And then her argument.
Literally arrested. Yeah, not a joke. Literally arrested if you go back far enough. Yeah.
The argument for why her way of life, which does not seem to be leading her to very much flourishing. She just doesn't seem that happy. The trad wife seems very happy. You know the tree by its fruits.
It's true. You can tell. Nobody can be happy when they talk like that. You know how they fucking sound like? They sound like that stupid bitch from fucking Danganronpa 2. The magic girl with the red hair. That's what she sounds like, man. God, I hate that voice tone. I hate that vocal thing so much. Yeah, the Xanax.
Her argument as to why...
Oh, is that Danganronpa 3? Sorry.
You should not be the trad wife or like the trad wife is that if you are traditional, if you are married to a husband and you have traditional women's roles, you're basically a Nazi. Step one.
That is true. There's definitely an overlap there. You know, the Nazis did care a lot about ostensibly promoting women's traditional gender roles. I want to note, by the way, I still don't actually know what, like, trad girl means, because as far as I can tell, based on the, like, schizophrenic fetishization I see on the internet, a trad girl is a blonde white woman, that's critical, and she wears sundresses, and she'll cook for you, but she also loves being throat-fucked, deep anal, like, you can piss on her face. Like, there's such a weirdly aggressive sexualization of the trad wifing. You know, I just feel like if we're being serious about this, they would be like, oh yes, I want a trad wife because I'm interested in having her take care of the home and cooking while I do the work, and I want my children to be raised attentively by her. And then you go look at, like, trad wife defenders, and they're like, dude, I cannot wait to have fresh, tight, white trad wife pussy that has not been infected by other men, and I will ruin her. Yeah, like, and it's like, okay, well, this is just porn. We're doing porn again. It's just porn again. Oh, you know, by the way, one other thing. If we were really talking trad wife shit, let's be real here. They wouldn't look that good, okay? Trad wives are not the ones dolling themselves up, learning how to do makeup that well, wearing super tight revealing clothes. No, go back, like, woman 1890s. And you look at that shit, and it's like, okay, not to say she doesn't look nice. I actually think she looks quite pretty. But I can't see any titties. You know what we should bring back? When we say trad wife, we should mean, like, woman with a big hat, but, like, nothing else. You know what I mean? Like she could be wearing, like, a lace bra. I don't fucking care here, but she should have a big hat. What do you guys think? You know, interestingly, for around the turn of the century, short hair was actually relatively popular. She has a bun back here, but you can see it's short up here, so it gives the appearance of being short. So it's just America lost its way when it ditched big hats. That's true. Okay, if I went to, like, women 1940s, they still wore hats back then, right? Okay, good. There we go. But if I go to the 1950s, is that when we lost our way? Yep, I don't see any hats. Okay, the most I see is kind of like a bonnet, a little bit. Is that a bonnet? Is that what that's called? That, like, hair wrap that gives you a little pompadour? That's not a bonnet? Okay, then I'm wrong on the term. Scarf? That's a bonnet? I don't know. I'm just asking. I don't know the term. I don't know women's hats. I'm just asking. Bonnets around the ears? Okay, yeah. I guess around this time it was legal to go outside in a two-piece swimsuit, though this is still relatively modest by today's standards. Actually, I think this would be considered pretty, like, racy by today's standards, and this would be considered, like, grandma tier stuff, right? Because I don't think I've ever seen a girl wear pants like that. Certainly not at the beach. My greatest ambition is having a career without becoming a career woman. Is this a trad wife? What if somebody like what if somebody was like, yeah, I want a trad girl, and then they got like a flapper from the 1920s. You know what I mean? Who were lambasted at the time for being like dance hoes. You know you're getting mean sloppy toppy if you ask for your trad wife and she gives you the giant feather in hat band dangly dress stare, you know? You're about to get some mad fucking sloppy toppy. Trying to look for more good flapper girls. A lot of this is cross-dressing, I have to say. They seem to be pretty fond of that. Man, they really like their feathers. Yeah, I want a trad girl. Me in my head, just thinking of how many feathers I want her to have. Modern girls only have 1 or 2 feathers in their giant bedazzled hat. Okay? I want a whole plume. I want to look like a fucking Roman centurion on a horse. This is a lot of chest we're showing. God, no wonder they gave flappers shit. You just want a bird? I mean, yeah, sure. Aren't all women birds? Don't we call them that?
Get married and cook for your husband. Step
just no context.
2. Step 3, you're a Nazi. I think you might need to flesh out that idea a little bit more. Hitler drank water. Do you want to drink? Why are you drinking water? I wouldn't choose my beverages based on what.
That's why I don't drink water. I only drink Coca-Cola, an American beverage that Hitler would not have been able to enjoy. He probably drank Coca-Cola. I don't know.
People did in the 1930s.
Why do we do the face tracking stuff?
Germany. Okay, next, Lib.
I just got done doing an interview.
Well, hold on. So this is a trad wife because she has a hat and she has no neckline except for her actual neck.
Deep diving the entire trad wife movement. Because although I love the aesthetic.
Okay. Yeah, clearly.
And I am a stay-at-home mom. I do not believe a woman's place is in service to her man or her household. So when we were discussing the trad wives and why it's connected to the alt-right, a realization came into my head that I had not yet made the connection between. The reason why trad wives and so-called like...
Why does he have to share the screen? She looks nice. I just want to look at her. Why... Michael.
Traditional women can be so dangerous is because they believe it is not just their place to be in service to their husbands and their homes. It is women's place to be in service to their husband and their homes.
Yes.
The difference between individual choice and natural position is what makes it dangerous.
So, yes, that is correct. This is the feminist distinction where there's nothing wrong if a chick wants to stay at home, raise the kids, cook, wear whatever, whatever. The problem is with the broader prescription. Look at how mad he's mad that he can't see any cleavage right now.
Because men have been able to hold those misogynistic views forever. And only recently has feminism pushed...
He's doing a funny face, see, because she said the word misogyny. So he's like, boing!
Back against it. But when it is a woman who holds these ideologies to be truth, she has now emboldened an entire score of misogynistic men to go forth and subjugate women on the premise that that is their place.
I don't like the trad wives because they're trying to force their view of what women should do on me.
Yes. Yeah. Do you think if I unpause, he'll just stop right there and he'll be like, okay.
That's not the particulars of their lifestyle. It's that they're trying to force their view of how women should behave on me.
Yes. Yeah. She specifically said that exact thing.
Which is getting in the way of me trying to force my views of how women should behave on them.
No. Here's the misstep. At no point did she say that people couldn't live tradwife lifestyle. She's promoting people's choice. It really is crazy how anti-choice conservatives are. Like, they're pretty open now about the fact that it's not about... Because originally it was like, people should have the freedom to do this. But obviously what they want is, like, through any use of power possible to force people into that. Because the woman there was literally arguing in favor of you should be able to choose. She was just saying she didn't like the tradwife movement because they didn't want people to choose. They wanted people to be forced into subjugation. And he agrees with that position. He wants the imposition of state power. So he has to pretend that actually it is the woman who made that TikTok who is anti-choice. Why?
You're both trying to do that. You're saying that feminism is the only legitimate way forward for women.
She didn't mention feminism. She just said she wanted people to have the choice. She's deliberately exercising the choice to live as a stay-at-home mom who dresses like she's from the 20s or whatever. She's defending the choice. That's the feminist argument. The feminist argument is the pro-choice one there, in more ways than one.
At least at a political level, and that the tradwives are hostile.
This is representative. The editor has to fill like an ugly, mean quota here, but unfortunately for the editor, the woman in this one who's making the feminist talking point is an attractive, conservatively dressed, and apparently happy stay-at-home mom. So in order to properly frame the audience's perspective, we need to... This person's wearing an anti-white men badge. No! The background of the badge is the same color as the shirt. This isn't a button. This is printed on the shirt. There's just an anti-white men stamp right here. That's actually good. I like that. The button was some weak shit. Just having it directly on the shirt is very good. Yeah, I'd wear it. I don't know if I want to wear the reset era thing, though.
To feminism, so the tradwives have to go. They're very dangerous. We need to be very...
That's what happened in the TikTok, as we remember.
Wary of them and discourage them from being traditional. She's demonstrating the point. We live in a society, some view or other is going to predominate. And so it can either be the angry feminist view.
So no. You have the view that she supports, which is where people can choose to be tradwives or not. Or the other view that she doesn't support, which is where you have no choice. That was explicitly what she said.
Or it can be the happy tradwife view.
Ah, there it is. The happy tradwife view, which in the framing of the video was one where you have no choice. I feel like a couple years ago, they would not have put TikToks like this into their little video review. And the reason they're doing it now is because they're getting more comfortable openly admitting that they're anti-choice and they want to use the state to force people into certain types of behavior. Why do all modern con videos look like they're made for ADHD children? Well, I think that's who they're trying to reel in, right? Because, like, conservatives kind of get the boomer market by default. Conservatives right now in America are terrified of young people because young people are so left-leaning, more so than any generation ever, by a huge margin. So I think they're really anxious about, like, the direction things are taking there. Yeah, them boomers ain't gonna last forever, you know? Like, that's, you know, literally.
Or I guess some other view that has not been raised yet. But if I had to choose between those two, probably the traditional way is best.
We know.
More from the libs and the tradwives in 1 second. First, though, people are raving about...
But that last one was both a lib and a tradwife. Like, did you see the video? It's not a mutually exclusive dichotomy. What are we shilling for today?
Genucel Skincare. Jessica from Huntsville, Alabama says, my skin looks so soft and clear.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find polling on, like, pro-trans values by generation, you know? Like, I wanna see it, like, by... Yeah, here we go. Okay. Percent saying greater social acceptance of people who are transgender is generally... good or bad for our society. And then, as you can see right here, interestingly, still only 54% say good, but people seem to be kind of neutral leaning on this specific question. Like 30% across the board seem to say like somewhat like neither good nor bad. But if you take a look at the difference here with young people, that is a huge distinction there. Like, look at that. That's massive. That's twice as many in the 18 to 29 demographic as like 65 plus. And I think it's even more left leaning for the under 18s, like the actual like Zoomers. We don't want your acceptance. We just want to live, Bosch. Well, yeah, sorry. You're going to need our acceptance to live. That is unfortunately how being a minority is. What do you think of trans femmes who want to be trad wives? If you want to be a trad wife, go for it. I don't have a problem with even the trad wife aesthetic. In fact, the last lady that we saw, I find this quite charming personally. I don't really take issue with it. Maybe the hat's a bit much for me, but it's cute. I really don't have an issue. The main problem that I have, like from a partner perspective, is that I think how do I put this? Not sexually submissive, but like conversationally submissive, conceptually submissive. You understand what I'm talking about? Oh, hold on. Danil, we good? We sneezing? It's something kittens do called reverse sneezing, where if they drink a lot of water really fast, I think they get it in like their nose or something. It's a innocuous and totally fine thing. We good? Yeah, we good? He just drank a bunch of water, which is actually good because he was kind of sick earlier, so the water is good. Good? You good? You good? Oh, he's good. Okay, yeah. He looks fine. What was I saying? Oh yeah, look, the trad wife thing. If somebody is if somebody wants to like take care of the house, fuck yeah, I love it when people wash my dishes and make me food. However, the thing I can't stand is the whole like the man is the captain and the woman is the first mate attitude towards the house. Holy shit, that's so like, because the thing you do, this is one of the reasons why so many people have trouble thinking of their girlfriends and wives as friends. It's because they think of them of like lesser beings with lesser decision-making capabilities. And that shit is pretty dumb. Like, whether or not you pretend it's not the case, if you're doing that captain first mate bullshit where it's like, ah, yes, I'm in charge, like that informs in a critical perspective, it informs your relationship with that person. You know what I mean? It's like the same way that in a workplace, you know, there is a natural dehumanization of the worker from the perspective of the manager because the manager is placed in a position over them. Like you're not with family when you're at the workplace. You're with your boss. And if you bring that attitude into the household, I think that's sick. But if you just want to suck my dick a lot and like make me food, then whatever. Vosh, there are unironically women who exist who want to be in that position. Yeah, and I'm saying they're fucking annoying. I'm not saying they shouldn't be allowed to. I'm just saying they're annoying. Stay away from me.
In 1 second. First, though, people are critical of Knowles.
So you
Genucel.com/KnowlesYT, Genucel.com/KnowlesYT.
know the term trad. Okay, so you guys
This person does not seem to be repping the trad wife aesthetic.
know the term trad wife. It's gotten really popular in the last few years. The alt-right super into it. Conservatives love it.
Hey, what if by trad wife what you mean is like an actual trad wife, like from medieval times, where they're kind of fat and stocky and they can lift large pallets of wood or like big like bundles of wood. You know what I mean? Like the babushka, kind of like. You know what I'm talking about?
But I don't think enough of you know that it started out as a porn term.
Why do they talk like... No, unironically, stop talking like... Stop talking at all. Thank you.
It started out being used for mostly erotica. Erotica writers use the term trad wife to categorize.
TikTok. Is this just how people talk on TikTok? Because this is fucking insufferable. Like, it's actually really annoying to listen to.
Is pornography.
Wow.
And now
Thanks
they like
for the
use
syllables.
it seriously.
Is that true? I don't know if I believe that. I guess I'll have to take her word for it, but I don't know that I believe that, because you'll sometimes hear this about the word cuckold. They'll say the word cuck or cuckold, that it actually comes from a category of pornography. And I know for a fact that isn't true because I happen to be of Italian extraction. And the term cuckold is one of the earliest insults. It's one of the longest standing insults you can use in Italian. You call them cornuto.
I thought he was going to say, because I'm a cuck. Yeah. Only a cuck would know this. No, you guys know he's correct, right? The term cuckold etymologically goes back an incredibly long time. It goes back before pornography was a thing. I don't know about the trad wife thing.
And it's symbolized, and sometimes you'll see Italians wear a necklace with what looks like a little chili pepper there, or you'll see the sign, like the rock and roll sign, that derives from this same symbol.
What? Okay. True, but the modern explosion of cuckold comes from porn. Yeah. So it's one of those words etymologically that goes back a really long time. But in its modern use, it's overwhelmingly used in porn, or at least in relation to its context in porn. Whereas the trad wife thing, I mean, obviously, if you want to get to etymological roots, traditional wife probably goes back like fucking Sumerian times or whatever. But, in its modern connotations, I don't know if it originates from pornography or from other stuff.
And it's the sign to ward off the malocchio so that you don't become a cornuto. And so calling someone a cuck, I mean, that's a very old term. You see it in English literature too. When the libs say it's from pornography, they might think it might have something to do with pornography now, but
it might. It may or may not have a relationship with pornography now. It's possible.
Might think it has something, it derived from pornography, but the only reason they think that is because the only thing that they know about art, literature, or culture is pornography.
That's a pretty big reach. I don't even have much to criticize here, aside from that's just a huge, huge reach.
That's the main sort of cultural product that they are imbibing. So it's not surprising that they don't understand that these things have much longer history. I would not recommend basing your lifestyle off of pornography, but I wouldn't recommend.
What does this have to do with the TikTok? I expected Michael Knowles to just make fun of her for being fat. I was getting prepared for mean comments in rebuttal. This is like aimless rambling.
Totally denying or ignoring your sexual desires either. Sex is a powerful thing, and our erotic impulses.
What the fuck is going on? Unironically, where did this segue go? What
actually ought to be encouraged? They just have to be directed to the right place. I mean, ultimately, all of our desires are erotic desires, our desires.
What the fuck is going on?
For friendship, our intellectual desires, our desires for wisdom, all of those ultimately are to be a way of turning our souls toward God, the source.
Michael Knowles, I feel you, buddy. I see what you're trying to do here. My brother in Christ, I guess. We were talking about cuckoldry, and now you're talking about turning your sexual impulses into a path to God. What?
And summit of all good. So that's a long way of saying, even if.
Do you think he's a Christian convert? I don't think he's religious. I think, as is often the case, I think that people who make money promoting Christ usually believe in him the least.
This does have some porn tie-in. Well,
yeah, where's that thing? Where's the thing? This was like making the rounds today of Michael Knowles. He did like a gay thing back when he was trying to be an actor, because all conservative pundits are failed actors or comedians. It was him doing the gluck gluck. Ah, yes. Hey, Mikey. Where's the gluck gluck? Is this the gluck gluck? Oh yeah. Unsettling, by the way. Look at that. That's talent. Look at the throat move with nothing in it.
Never beating the bicep.
This is This is a lot like a bird mating call, you know? Oh, he's practiced. This person follows me. Nice.
Okay, new scene. Haley and Jamie getting out on the mattresses. They're brother and sister.
Yeah, he's.
That's too well practiced. Oh, that's no. This legitimately takes a lot of effort to do. He's never beating the bi allegations. Hello again. 15 years later. The gay sex scene. I don't think we can watch a gay sex scene on my channel. Okay, they don't show any dick. Sadly. It's okay.
It doesn't matter what that says about the pornography industry. It matters what it says about human desire. There might be a reason that human beings have this desire. And it might not necessarily be totally disordered. Even if whatever the porn iteration of this is has all sorts of nasty, terrible things to it, there might be some kernel there where men...
I genuinely have no clue what he's going on about. I feel like he's going through this really weird, like, roundabout religious justification for consuming pornography. Which, if you're truly Christian, like, you're not allowed to masturbate, right? Spilling your seed on the ground. So, I don't know.
Want women who are like women, and women like men who are like men.
Women.
I am the role model that I want my daughter to have. Traditional wives and mothers need to consider what traditions they are upholding. I do not find fulfillment in being a wife and a mother. I love my husband and my child dearly.
Ooh. All right. You know, I feel like sometimes people make it really easy for the Daily Wire, for the Daily Wire people. Okay, that's rough. That's pretty rough, yeah. That's pretty rough. All you can say is like, yeah, I enjoy being a wife and a mother, but I consider my greater purpose to be, I don't know, my poetry. Vosh, why do you think they pick these ones? No, I know. You can cherry pick any. TikTok's a huge social media app. If you want to prove a point about feminazis or whatever, you can find a million good ones and one bad one and roll with that. It's just a dumb thing to say.
But if they were my entire world, my mental health would tank. I am so glad that I was late to becoming a wife and a mother, or at least late by evangelical standards, because it gave me time to find out who I was before I took on the role of being something to someone else. Some women do find fulfillment in being a wife and a mother, but pushing traditional gender roles harms those of us who do not or do not.
Why is she like crying? What is this camera angle? Why is she crying? It's performative? Why? Why perform it?
Not want to fit into your little box.
She seems happy, doesn't she?
Wow, this looks like the thumbnail of a Markiplier video where he plays an indie mascot horror game. Like, literally, all you have to do is up the contrast on this. And... okay, I'm just going to go to Markiplier's YouTube channel. I feel like it wouldn't take us long. Oh, he hasn't posted in 2 weeks. Marky. Come on, we need to find a smile. And not a Five Nights at Freddy's. Let's just say this. Can we just say this? Go back up to the Squidward one. Here we go. He looks just like this Squidward. Okay? Got it. Got him.
I don't want to make fun of her. She says, I'm really happy with all the choices I've made in life.
Fuck, god damn it. I can't even disagree with Michael Knowles. She does come across as like really unhinged in that video. I can't even rebut his mockery here.
Yeah. Wow. Imagine. Imagine. Yeah.
Wait, what did that caption say? Anti-feminism? Feminists feed our babies too, though. I don't... Okay, now she's getting ready. And then she did laundry.
All right, hold on. Okay, so one woman is whisper reacting to this woman. This woman is making a conservative anti-feminist TikTok about her being a trad wife. And she got ratioed. It's 4 times as many comments as likes. So, okay. So we're adding to the ratio, and Michael Knowles is reacting to the reaction. Okay. Okay. Just making sure.
And then she did laundry. Getting ready and doing laundry are human things, not feminine things.
Can you talk louder?
What else does this girl think?
I do not know how to operate the laundry machine in my home. I don't know how to do it.
Is that true? Because that's kind of pathetic. It's like when guys brag that they don't know how to cook because their wife or girlfriend does it. Like, okay, you're retarded and your mom takes care of you? Seriously, a laundry machine? It's not complicated. Like, come on. Like these guys will be like, yeah, we're men like men are supposed to be. Apex of civilization. We build, we destroy, we create. And then you drop them in the middle of the woods and they just die. They don't even die of anything. Like, you drop Michael Knowles in the middle of a Pacific Northwest forest. 4 minutes in, he's got a full stomach. He's not thirsty. He hasn't fallen or caught a disease, and he just dies. Instantly perish. Like putting a fish that's meant to be in the river into salt water. Just, he's gone. Like, okay, you're very trad husband. Yeah. Stupid.
I have on maybe
lock him in a house alone. He sticks a fork in the outlet. What's that game that Donkey played? A video game, Donkey, with a friend, where one person plays as a baby whose goal is to die via like find fork, put in toaster, drink bleach, whatever, and the other person's the parent, like desperately trying to keep the baby from killing themselves. You know what I mean? That's living with Michael Knowles, who's your daddy. Yeah. Michael Knowles is kind of like wobbling about like Octodad, like flinging himself into the traffic. You know, he's putting his head in the oven, and you just have to keep him out of all that. I don't know. That could be fun, like a hands-on trad wife or something.
Maybe a couple of occasions when my wife said, "Oh, could you go put the laundry in?" I have done it. I have had to ask her to guide me every step of the way.
See, this isn't. Whenever I hear stuff like this, it's like, you know how there's like a stereotype of a really pathetic guy who gets divorced and then every meal of every day is like a TV dinner or cereal because he doesn't know how to cook? And I always thought that has to be like a media stereotype because no one could not know how to cook rice. They make rice cookers. How to cook rice. You put the rice in the rice cooker. How do you not know how to make soup? They come in cans. Like, you had to be able to do something. But I guess I also don't know how you couldn't know how to work a washing machine. So
that is not something that comes naturally to men. That is a little more of a feminine thing.
I can't tell if he's joking. I can't tell. He's in the kitchen. He's like banging pots and pans on his head.
I would have to say. Keep going.
The 1950s? Does she not know the Civil Rights and Voting Acts weren't until the 60s? Some white people, man.
I don't know if she's talking about for like the civil rights movement that changed a number of structures in our country, but if she's talking about women and feminism, women did have the vote long before the 1950s.
They couldn't open their own. They couldn't open their own bank accounts in a lot of the country up until the 70s. There were a ton of legal rights they did not have back in the 1930s and 40s and such.
Interesting discussion to be had on that whole history, but I don't know. Okay, keep going.
Of course, The big advancement back in the 1960s with the second feminist wave of feminism was, you know, women in the workplace, financial independence, and also sexual independence. You know, I talked a little bit before with the debate with the previous guy about natural oppression. So natural oppression is when, like, life is unfair. You know, natural oppression is the fact that some of the people watching this right now, including myself, have bad eyesight. And if it weren't for the existence of glasses, we would be pretty screwed. Like, natural oppression, natural inequality is like some of us have congenital diseases. Some of us are physically weak or infirm. And hey, you know, some of you, according to my channel demographics, somewhere in between 15 and 20% of you, if you have sex, you can just be fucking crippled for 9 months. Congrats. Sucks to suck. The invention of birth control went a long way to evening out the social relations between men and women. This is one of the reasons why conservatives are they're trying to revoke legal access to contraception. They're openly trying to do that because it is only through the availability of birth control that women are capable of exercising a reasonable degree of sexual autonomy. Could you always wear a condom? Yes, but condoms break, and that's also generally something only the man can make sure is on, and so on. Can you just give head? Yes, but sometimes you just want to get railed. Birth control evens it out. The essential idea is, like, they don't want women to be able to sleep around, you know?
All right, well, I'm sucked in now, so let's see what
Vosh, there are female condoms. Guthos? Nobody uses them. Nobody uses female condoms. I know they exist. Nobody uses them. Also, think for a second, like, if you understand what they might feel like, they have to suck. I've never used one, but, like, think about it. Like, a condom is one thing, but with a female condom, you're basically opening up like a big springy tube, like the, hold on, cat tube tunnel. You're basically like unspringing one of these inside the pussy, no pun intended, just with a cap on the end. The kittens are like spermies, okay? You spring it out, and you're just sort of sawing your dick in and out of this. And all the kitties get stuck. Why are the kittens there? Because it's a cat tube. Cat tunnel. I don't know. Okay.
What else?
I have failed this generation. What was the first thing that I read there? Nationalist. This is a Nazi. Very few people say nationalist unless they're a white nationalist or Nazi or whatever. Usually, like, conservatives who aren't those things say patriot. The term nationalist is not... Yeah. Oh, this person's name is Tradwife Danil? No, Danny. Thank God they don't share a name with my cat. This is an awfully short skirt for a tradwife, by the way. Like, you're spinning it, and I can see 3/4 of the way up your legs here. Like, your pussy meat's dangling a bit above. You should reel it back a little bit. She's also pregnant? Oh, I didn't notice. Only landowning males should vote. Okay, yeah, it's a Nazi.
What? Only land-owning males should vote. No, but you specifically should not vote.
Hey, wait, is that Bronte Remzik? Oh, that's my old friend Bronte. Well, I couldn't.
What? Do you think Michael Knowles is explicitly going to defend the idea of having to be a landowning male to vote? I don't think I've ever heard him explicitly say that before, but he might. He's pretty crazy.
She looks kind of familiar. That's the gal who you may recall I had a long interview with on the topic of abortion. And there was a clip that went very, very viral from it in which she referred to pregnant persons. And I said, do you mean mothers? And she said, maybe that includes mothers, but there are other people. And she couldn't. So who, other than mothers, who can be pregnant? And she was sort of stumped by that question. Okay, keep going.
Would she not just say pregnant guys? Was she stumped by I feel like there's an easy answer. He's probably lying about the clip. I don't care.
A woman's touch. A woman's touch. The man.
Wait, that was it? This is a different TikTok. He has nothing to say about the previous. Okay, I guess he's not going to defend the landowning male vote thing. Okay, all right.
If you love being a stay-at-home mom, good for
Oh, is this the same? Oh, it's the same TikTok. Never mind. She's responding to a bunch. Oh, by the way, this right here, mega cucked. You take care of the children, I'll take care of us. I'm the happiest woman in the world. So this is what I mean with the servile dynamic that disgusts me to my core, okay? If a woman wants to take care of the kids primarily, that's a hard job. I respect it, you know? That's you know, that's real work. And I would never like denigrate that. I hope you have like a hobby too. Like I hope you have a personality. It'd be nice if that's not the only thing you've got going, that you're raising our children, but it's good work, you know? But this dynamic, like right here, why isn't, okay, actually, you know what? I'm going to take the other angle. I think this is misandrist. Why isn't the man happy? The man expresses no joy at this relationship. The only thing he seems to be indicating, and this might be a component kind of the Chad Wojak used, where he looks very stoic, whereas the woman looks, you know, Wojak happy. He looks like he's engaging in a business agreement. You know what a better analogy would be? This, to me, looks like a boss offering somebody a job, and the person who got the job is just a little bitch boy who's just so happy to work. That's what it looks like to me. This doesn't look like a loving marriage. This doesn't look like a dividing of responsibilities, even though that's what's being referred to here. What it actually looks like to me is a contract of subservience that one person just, presumably due to brain damage, takes a lot of enjoyment from, but not the trad husband. To the trad husband, this is just more property. I think this is deeply misandrist. What about the guy's happiness? Why can't the woman be the one to say, if you provide us enough money, I will take care of the home and our children? And the guy's like, that sounds amazing. Wouldn't that be a nicer meme? Am I off on that? Wouldn't that sound a lot nicer? All we need is like 1 or 2 more text bubbles here, you know what I mean? Like you could structure something a lot better, I think. Now, just my opinion.
The magic of Aladdin.
If you love being a stay-at-home mom, good for you. Why should we all be expected to do that?
Ah! Wow, that's crazy. Another feminist who's perfectly okay with women choosing to do that and just doesn't want it to be forced on everyone. That's crazy.
What? They didn't even bother to make the cartoon look happy.
Yeah, make the cartoons look happier. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, Hudson the Gamer, thank you. There we go. There's the Markiplier thumbnail. That looks great. Wow, man. Wow, that is something. Good Lord. Emote? I actually do think that's good emote material. I actually do, yeah. But it kind of overlaps a little bit too much with its time, don't you think?
I may not be a smart man.
She's just roasting herself at this point.
Well, in deference to my great friendship with Bronte Remzik, I won't be too harsh in my critique of this, but suffice it.
You haven't critiqued anything yet. We've been watching this bitch's TikTok for like the last 4 minutes of the video, and all we've been doing is watching it. You haven't said anything.
To say, Bronte, perhaps well-intentioned as she is, remains confused on a number of topics. My favorite, of course, would
wait, are you going to elaborate? Is that it?
Have to be that first woman who said that.
No, that's it. Seriously? You have that woman. She goes through making fun of like 3 or 4 trad wives, and then all you have to say, this is content theft. It's so condescending. No, it's pathetic is what it is. I don't feel that she should be condescended to. If I was her and I watched this video, I would think, shit, he didn't have any arguments. If this was being done of me, it was like, oh yeah, here, we're going to watch a Vosh video, and then you just hit play and watch 54 minutes of me talking, and at the end they're like, he still doesn't know a thing. That's a win for me. Oh my God. Conservative punditry is so fucking easy. Hey, at least the editors are working hard. I love being a young trad wife. In August, my husband and I will be celebrating 5 years of marriage. We have 2 children. It just makes more sense for me to be a stay-at-home trad wife. Women are better at being homemakers and caretakers. I don't care how offensive that may be to hear for someone. I've said this before, but like a lot of trans misogyny is rooted in misandry, because a lot of the stuff that people attack trans women over are things that tie into the presumption of men being more predatory or dangerous, you know? So like a person who thinks that women should be taking care of children and men kind of shouldn't be, will probably also think, if they think trans women are men, which, you know, these are overlapping beliefs, will then think trans women are like predators or whatever. I'm 17 but was raised left-wing. I had a transgender phase and thought I was bisexual at one point, but now I'm no longer bi and embracing femininity. However, I really want to be a trad wife. The other week I spent an entire day living like that and I hadn't been happier. What? Is this 17-year-old girl bragging that she spent a day? What exactly does being a trad wife entail besides taking care of children? Cooking meals for your boyfriend and fucking? You're in a Michael no. You did chores for a day with your boyfriend and what do you want to bet the guy she's with is like 6 years older than she is at minimum? This is parody. This is insanity. Are you fucking kidding me? For a whole day I did the dishes and also my boyfriend kissed me. I can't wait to be a trad wife. You're being groomed. I don't know anything. I can't wait to have my own family and serve my man the day I die. No, I take it back. This is not a woman being, well, girl actually, being groomed. This is a pedophile jerking off while writing a narrative about an underage girl getting groomed by him in his mind. This is a 43-year-old pedophile thinking, if I could only, my neighbor's daughter is so sweet and innocent. If I could only show her the joys of taking care of me, she'll understand her place in the world. That's it. Confirmed. From Colonel Based. Yeah, dude. Lots of 17-year-old girls with a channel Colonel Based. This is somebody else's IG live video. Oh, they actively post. A lot of Red Dead Redemption 2 content. I griefed some kids on Minecraft and they never found out it was me. Listen to their voice. Yeah, but what if I click it and it's a feminine voice and I suddenly sound like an idiot? Watch it. Feels weird giving a video with this few views any attention, but okay.
Who was the greener? What teenage kid? Guys, can you go up there and pour water?
I'm not doing this anymore. let's just assume that everyone commenting under Michael Knowles' videos is a pedophile. Are we fine with that? That's an easy rule. Okay. Moving on. All right. I am going to read these donos, and then I am going to head. I apologize. I normally would go for a little bit later, but Adderall. Al the Reviewer, thank you for the $10. Really appreciate that. Peanut Butter Blondie, thank you for the tier 3 sub. As a trans, the support from you and those like you will be incredibly critical to our survival while we get through this resurgence of anti-trans hate. Thanks. Oh, don't thank me. I also, of course, hate trans people. I have to spend time with them on Twitter. You know, I see them on Twitter, and I think, wow, get another joke or 3, please. So really, we're all kind of in it, you know. Boy smell, you say. Ivy Doku, thank you for the $3. World Eater Faye, thank you for the $5. I hope you enjoyed your D&D. Polar Bear, thank you for the 1 Canadian. Sake, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. I'm so jealous of your bad memory. You could play Obra Dinn once every year and have a great time every time. Yeah, sadly, Obra Dinn was so good that even I can't do that. I do remember enough. Excuse me. Sake with the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. The way you get the Joe Rogan audience who loves ivermectin is to say you're going to want that ivermectin when I come to your house. I have a horse cock. That's disgusting. I feel like more horse jokes could be made, though. You know what I mean? Like, I'm an ivermectin supporter, but not for COVID. It's actually because of the time I spend around horses. I don't know. You can make something there. Al the Reviewer, thank you for the $2. That's true. Ben Silforma, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Which sociologist most influences you? Hate to be a cringe lord here, but Karl Marx. No, actually, probably Foucault, I would say. Foucault came up with really cool ideas. Like, did you know that things that aren't a prison are actually kind of like a prison? And he just said that a bunch. It's really profound. Darth Grader with the $3. You notice the left talks about right-wing takes, but the opposite rarely happens. You're outspoken. You do speak your mind. You should be an easy target. It is true that conservative media has been getting more insular and bubble-y lately. Wiggly Charlie with the tier 1 sub. You once talked about 1984, how the control of language was used to limit people's way to view the world, especially freedom. Is that similar to gender today? Interesting question. The closest analogy that I could think of is in 1984, there's a passage where Newspeak, the language of Oceania, is being discussed in an analytical sense. Why is it constructed the way that it is? And Newspeak is deliberately made to have fewer words with every edition. It is seeking to reduce the range of expression to the smallest possible set of variables. That's the goal of Newspeak. And you've probably heard before, like double plus good, double plus ungood. The idea is that by restricting people's semantic abilities, you limit their range of thought as well. If there is no word for freedom, for example, if there literally is no word that conveys the concept of freedom, it's difficult to talk about it because there's no word for it. You can gesture at it by chaining together associated words, but that becomes harder and harder the more you remove from the lexicon. People still might have a vague idea of the concept, but if you have sort of a reflex heresy response to hearing anything outside limited expressions of speech, those thoughts don't go very far. And I think to an extent, our understanding of gender does work to limit the social understanding of socially constructed categories. Yes. The Jero, thank you so much for the insanely kind $25. Last night I had a first date with a cute D&D TikToker. I know, I read that dono earlier this stream. And it went well. It's unironically thanks to me being autistic about trains. Thank you, Vaush. The Jero, I'm so happy. So happy to hear that. That's fantastic. Glad you had a good time. Hope you get another. And Sake with the 4 gifted tier 2 subs. The future under a Kuczynski presidency. Inshallah. Why?
Pablo
Why?
That ghostly blue glow that you're seeing there is called Cherenkov radiation. And it's basically a sonic boom, but for traveling faster than light rather than traveling faster than sound. Now, how does that make any sense? Nothing can move faster than the speed of light, right? Nothing can move faster than the speed of light in a vacuum. But when light's traveling through a medium, like the water in that tank, it slows down quite a bit. And in a big nuclear reactor like that, you can absolutely have particles that travel through that medium faster than the light can. And when that happens, it produces that eerie blue light that we call Cherenkov radiation. And it is freaky as hell to think.
What the? Sake, what does this have to do with
Pablo-
the future under a Kuczynski presidency? What does this have to do with anything? It's cool.
That ghostly blue glow.
Neat. Oh, the Sapphire Wharf hypothesis. I know about this. Soaked on left. God, that's so loud. Yeah, it really is. A nuclear reactor in every home. God willing. All right, listen up, dipshits. I am so hungry that I'm going to die. But I can prevent my death with food. Who should I send you guys off to? How many people on? Deniblo! Ooh, he wobbly. Mafia Jinx is the person I see on. I'm going to send you all over there. Please be nice to Mafia Jinx. I will probably stream tomorrow. That does seem like a thing I would do. It's my job. I do my job sometimes, even. Which of these? There it is. I love you all very much. I'll see you soon, okay? Take care.